So who dares give a recap?
So we started in the room of mirrors, and it was just after fighting the evil versions or the reflections of ourselves. We were beat up really badly, and there was a lot of like hemming and hawing about what to do, whether to go backwards and try to find an area where we could rest, or to go forwards and just take the risk of whatever the next chamber led or had. So we went back, and the plan at the time was to go to
Obidu's
because we were convinced, because at least he had food and water, so we were convinced that there we could at least spend some time to rest there in peace without suffering the effects of the demon dream spell that was placed on the tower. On the way, T-Hole made a pit stop and died, or he fell unconscious again by looking at the orb of pleasure, which the first time he did had very positive effects, but it had more of a nightmarish effect. The second time, and it was enough because he didn't have a whole lot of hit points anyway to knock him unconscious. We went back to, we got to Obidu's door. It was sealed tight, or sealed shut. We heard what sounded like wind gusts or like howling gales on the other side. We turned back and went back up to the Hall of Mirrors. We figured out, we searched each mirror and found behind one of them a block of wood, which I believe Hrimmer used a spell to help move it because it was very large. We decided to, we put it to a vote and decided to, the majority went to go forward. It was like 50-50.
With unconscious T-Hole being the tiebreaker.
Yeah, and so when unconscious T-Hole was conscious, a D100 decided that we're gonna go forward, and so we did. The next room was a lab. It was clearly, or at least assumed to be a lab of Malakars. It didn't seem to be dangerous or like it traps in the ways that other rooms were. In the middle of it was a scathed commander that was imprisoned between crystals that were imbued with lightning, arcing between them. The levels were changed because we thought, hey, like maybe we can like lessen it a little bit so we could talk to it. We lessened it enough where the creature just started attacking us. We fought it we killed it, or we didn't kill it, but we willed it down, then convinced it that we were enemies of Malakar. And he said he would help us. And then he got caught in like a stasis bubble. I don't recall the name of the spell. But
Aviluke's Resilient Sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rimmer or the other guy cast it.
Yeah, so because he was a creature of pure chaos who believed that all being like that was jealous of all non-chaotic beings, or of void, that he couldn't be trusted. I think we felt a little bad about it because we convinced him to stop attacking us, say, hey, we're on your side, and then just double crossed him. But he told us how to get through the room. after we locked him back up in the beam where he's back in the stasis, we turned it up, and we're got to use the chance to ask him questions. I believe Frimmer. I think it was Frimmer who was like against letting this creature go free, and he turned it up one final crank, and then it exploded, or rather,
Right.
it imploded into a pile of dust.
I think it was an
We-
accident.
Yeah. Yeah, which, we didn't believe then and didn't believe it later. So we turned one of the crystals towards each other to open up the portal to the next room, which was the bottom floor of the Malakar's upper library.
Well, wait,
There,
before that, Aurelia ran in.
Right,
Oh,
during
yeah.
the fight.
Aurelia and Nimrod.
Nimrod.
Aurelia looking like a goth chick in her void leather. And as a
She-
human,
she hadn't aged. In fact, she got younger. She's still just a few years away from 18.
I'm not happy about that.
So we went to the library with Goth Aurelia, and and we met this servant, like the servant homunculi, who said that who forbade us from going to see Malakar, saying that he wasn't able to take guests at this time, that it might be a couple months. Unfortunately, we couldn't rest in the library, but we could research whatever we wanted. We decided, well, we weren't going to go up. I think we were going to start, but then Frimmer or Lucirosi just decided to screw it and like start walking up the stairs. And as soon as the servant saw that battle was engaged, and then Frimmer and I forgot the other guy's name.
Meriden.
And Meriden, they took the opportunity to bolt up the stairs in true backstabbing fashion. So there was a long battle up the stairs where like T-Hole and Aurelia were just at the bottom, like almost really injured. We're very injured. We're like, we're not going to touch this. While Zarius and Lucirosi went and did battle up at the top, I believe.
Yep. And the librarian servant also went up after Meriden went up.
Yep. Eventually, everyone went up, and effectively, Meriden was trying to kill a robed creature, which was assumed to be Malakar. The robed creature wasn't putting up any fight. It appeared weak, or at least feeble. And Rimmer was bolting around the room, like throwing things all over the place, looking for this discoveries. We engaged in pitch battle. I think we gave them a chance, or at least offered them to stop, or else. They continued their thing. Rimmer set up a wall of stone, which T-Hole climbed to the top, and with his 10-foot reach with his fists, punched him to death while he was trying to get into the closet to find the discoveries. Meriden, we were able to knock, Lucirosi knocked him out, actually, with the blunt side of his blade. I think Nimrod saw that what Hermer was doing, thought it was a good idea, and started looting stuff too.
Yes. You just assume that's why
And,
you're here. That's why you're here, right? Steal the books?
So then
He
we
didn't
talked.
even understand that there was a double cross going on. It was just, hey, we're here to steal a book, so Get to it.
Just look through these drawers. So we talked with Malakar for a while. He's starting to rot away through the effects of the void. I think he found out that Meriden was hastening it, or there was some sort of curse that he was helping to facilitate for the void. So there was a child sphinx who was the child of the giant sphinx that we encountered.
Yep.
It became scared. It lashed out at one or two of us and then flew out the window.
No, Lucirosi tried to calm its nerves and failed, and it destroyed the glass orbs containing the lightning spell and the demon dream spell.
And then it jumped out the window and flew off.
Yeah.
So now, the servant has been, it's in need of dire repair to be functional again. And the Androsphinx was both of them were taking care of Malakar. So we left off with Malakar going to craft the spell to cure vampirism for the seer. And but it was going to take several days. So in the meantime, I think we just started at that point.
Right, and then you all went back down to the library to rest.
There's also, when Aurelia appeared, she indicated that 10 years have actually passed since we entered the manor, that 7 years ago, Vecna was able to break the Eternity's doorstep and meld with Thurisdan. And now the multiverse is fucked. Also, she said that Mordenkainen is actually a pretty cool guy and died trying to stop the whole thing. So
I don't think that's what she said. Yeah, so Vecna had entered into the void, or at least some of his agents did, and managed to free Thurisdan, which Vecna then tried to merge with. At some point, Mordenkainen showed up and tried to stop all this, but failed, which Aurelia didn't really put much stock in that part of the story, but that is what she had heard. Whatever emerged from Vecna and Thurisdan merging together went back to your world. So your world is more fucked, but because Eternity's Doorstep is now essentially no longer magical, it is no longer destroying wraiths in the void. And so the Scathe, which used to regularly just basically sit around and watch this process, watch the wraiths be destroyed, no longer have that distraction, and so have redoubled their efforts to destroy Malakar's Keep. So that means home prices are really just rock bottom right now. So if you wanted to buy houses, this is the time. It's a buyer's market. So I don't know. I know Lucirosi did some research in the library while you were resting. I don't know if anybody else wanted to research anything while you were here, but Malakar has been over the course of several days working as diligently as he is able, but it is not super diligently. So it is probably going to take him a week to scribe the scroll that you want.
While Lucirosi is doing his research and everything, would there also be time to discover the magical properties of Valkis's staff and dagger?
Yes, I mean the dagger's not magical. It's nice, it's expensive, but it's not magical.
Okay.
Did I send you the stats on the staff?
No.
So here's a question.
Mhm.
I now have access to a spell. I don't know if it'll work or not, because normal magic doesn't work here. But this spell specifically says that you stimulate its natural healing ability.
Regenerate.
Yeah. Would something like that
Wish-
work?
You could try. You could make a religion check if you wanted to see if it would work.
Zarius got them 7th level spells.
I'm not very good at religion.
You could try.
Got an action point if you really want.
Isn't I mean, as a cleric, isn't religion like the only thing you're good at,
No,
or like the
see,
main thing you're good at?
the main thing about religion is it's an intelligence-based skill, and being a cleric, clerics are wisdom-based, so I don't know shit. I'm
So what you're
okay at
saying is
intelligence.
intelligence is your dump stat.
No, Dex was. Intelligence is a 12, so I got a +1. And I didn't take it as a proficiency because I just felt like, I've got I know my shtick,
That's fair.
but I don't know other people's. Like I came up, from, across the desert. I don't know, like suddenly, people frown upon my worship. It was very weird.
That's fair.
I just emailed you the stats of the staff, and yes, you could figure out how it works.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, there's no downside to me trying it out, I guess. I gotta find a prayer wheel. And I guess some holy water. I don't know if that works here. Like, I gotta ask around, I guess. Hey, does holy water work here?
Well,
I don't really know what a prayer wheel is.
There's multiple versions, but like I don't know if you've ever witnessed a scene like a Catholic procession. They use them a lot. It's usually like this little it's like a thing on the end of a stick. It's like cylindrical. That's it.
I mean, yeah. I
Sometimes
guess
there's like a string with a ball hanging from it.
Well, now
Oh, I
I'm
see.
picturing the thing from the Karate Kid too.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Almost like that. If you really wanted, you could do that. It wouldn't have quite the appeal, but you could do that.
Oh, I see. It looks like one of those things like you pull off the top, and then there's like the ball with the string that you're trying to get in it.
Yeah, cup and ball.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, it might be hard just to find the cup and ball.
Maybe some random person has oh, this is interesting looking. I just collect tchotchkes from various universes. I didn't prepare it because I didn't assume I'd be able to cast it.
Kurt, so the Valkis's dagger is made of the same blue metal as the dagger in the Room of Curiosities?
Yes.
Okay. Lucia Rossi is spending a lot of his time in the library researching, especially researching time, because Lucia Rossi is very much concerned about how much time is said to have passed. Given everything that Aurelia has said, and also just kind of experiencing that it seemed like we had been traveling through the void for weeks when we arrived, the fact that there's relative time here, and that apparently 10 years has passed in the material world. Lucia Rossi really believes that the world is fucked and there's no hope unless there's some way of reversing time. So that's what he's spending a lot of his time while resting doing. And he, where's that email? I had it just a few minutes ago. There it is. So he discovers that there are possibilities, and he shares this with everybody, that there are possibilities that allow people to travel back in time, though it's very difficult to do even with a wish spell, which we know the chick in the manor, what's her name?
Lavinia.
Lavinia. We know she can do it, but even with a wish spell, it's difficult. But the research suggests that the most effective way of going back in time or traveling through time is actually through the magic of a sphinx, particularly a sphinx that has created an area that is sort of their lair, in terms of being what they deem to be sacred. So he would so Lucia Rossi approaches Aurelia and says, Aurelia, you mentioned that you had been given a scroll which could potentially resurrect Sienna, the Sphinx. Is that true?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I really think that we should do so. If we're going to have any hope, not only of saving our world from this combination of Vecna and Thurisden, and also just to not be displaced in time once again. I don't understand why fate keeps throwing us in these positions where time moves differently in the places that we happen to be than our own world. This happened with Mordenkainen's Manor, now it's happening here, and it's just...
Perhaps the
Ho,
Sphinx.
ho, ho.
Perhaps the Sphinx can take us back to before we time skipped so badly in the manor.
I'm hopeful that that is possible.
Well, you should probably go back and see how it is. It might actually be pretty good. Well, you're jumping to conclusions.
How can it be anything but terrible?
I don't know.
We've seen the Vecnites in Mordenkainen's Manor. We've witnessed the atrocities attempted by Paradana.
Maybe they make the carriages run on time. What's wrong with that?
Aurelia, what has happened to you? You seem so different. And not just in body.
Everybody wears black there now, so she'll actually fit in.
Sorry. I mean, we can try to resurrect her. I don't know, but I don't think she's gonna be too happy about it.
Well, I think it would be better to do so if we can find her child. He flew out of the window before Malachar had sealed it. I think that we should attempt to find him. Malachar did mention that Sienna had some sight of the future or prophecy, and that she took the actions that she did in order to protect her child. If we can raise her and show her that her child is safe, perhaps she will be more willing to help us.
Well, you got a recipe for Sphinx chow or something? Lure him in with some food.
Perhaps this. What the fuck's this guy's name? The guy we.
Malakar?
Malachar.
Yeah. And perhaps Malakar could have some insight.
Zarius, don't you have some way of seeing great distances? I think you had mentioned it before. You used that mirror.
Yes, I think it'd be
That mirror is on the cart.
Surely Malakar has something equivalent.
It is likely.
T-Hole like
Wizards
looks
have the
towards
same skill.
Malakar's. T-Hole looks towards Malakar's direction. He might have gotten rid of his mirrors.
It might be strange to try and gaze upon anything in this realm.
Well, I think getting information on where this young Sphinx is the best option we have. We don't want to be walking around out there without having some sort of direction, idea of where we're going, especially because we can't stray too far from one another. Remember what the seer said, if we get too far away from each other, our relative times may become out of sync, and then it makes things much more difficult. I don't quite understand what might happen, but he seemed to suggest that it wouldn't be good.
That has likely already happened with Aurelia.
Well, Aurelia is here, we're able to see her. The seer seemed to indicate that we wouldn't be able to see or interact with somebody outside of our own time.
Then I guess we were lucky.
Yeah, Aurelia, you would know that, you took like 8 hours. You were outside of the tower for like more than a day before you came back in to find these guys. And for them, it's only been a couple of hours since you went downstairs as a baby.
I think I remember one of the wizards, perhaps it was Lavinia, mentioning that this tower, maybe it was a seer, but this tower operates on a central time frame. So within this tower, I don't think that there's any danger of that, but if we were to travel outside and try to find the Sphinx child, it would be bad if we became separated, potentially.
Let's see if we can find a mirror. Or a crystal ball.
So yeah, Malachar indicates that he has a whole room filled with mirrors downstairs.
Not
Any one of the
anymore.
main mirrors will serve you well.
We broke all of them, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Which is just as well, because if you hadn't, then when Aurelia was coming up the stairs to find you again, she would have had to have fought Nega Aurelia.
Those mirrors are no longer intact.
Well, you can bring me all of the pieces of one. I can fix it. I suppose you could take me down there. It would probably be easier if you shattered them.
If it were small enough, I could just do a mending. Actually, I'm gonna find a fucking use for that spell at one
Right.
point. I will. God damn it. I will find it. And it's gonna be brilliant.
See, I mean, mending would work. Like if you had a broken statue, then certainly you could take like a piece and stick it on and mend.
Mhm.
Like that actually did happen when you were in Mordenkainen's manor. You found these shattered statues and you pieced them back together. But it is a little bit like putting together a puzzle.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah.
Malakar, I also have a question. I found Velkis's staff, and it seems there's a little version of him in this gem. And from what I've been trying to gather in terms of how this staff works, is it in fact Valkis?
It's very likely he said it to absorb his soul if he were to die. I hadn't considered that, but it does make sense. Normally, when you die in the void, you're converted into a wraith relatively quickly.
So that was a failsafe of sorts for him.
Yes, I mean, he would have been safe enough to die here in the tower, but I guess you can't necessarily predict where you're going to die, so he set it up to absorb his soul. It's still foolish. It's incredibly painful. The gem on his staff acts like a soul cage. Your soul is there essentially to just be used to power the magical effects from the soul cage. But I suppose it's better than being a wraith.
Is there a way to safely free his soul, perhaps even restore him to life?
I suppose if you have a soul, you could raise his body, reconnect his soul to his body. If you release his soul, however, in the void, he'll just transform into a wraith at some point. His soul will leave the tower.
Well,
I mean, he's been passed on years and years ago now. I doubt there's much left of his body.
it seems that at least some of it has been preserved in the frost of the one tunnel.
It was at one point. I mean, that's where he died, but that was so long ago.
Does resurrection magic work here in this place?
It can. It's difficult. The energy of the negative energy will push back against any effort to try to reconnect a soul to a body. Even if you have the original soul, it will be slightly more difficult than that you may be used to in a material universe.
A sufficiently valuable diamond I could attempt.
I think it would be good to resurrect him if possible. One, I would hate to commit anybody's soul to the void. And that seems like such a terrible fate.
Well, we just take a piece of him with us, and then when we get back to wherever we're going, we'll just, bring him back.
Well, it also seemed that he and Lavinia had some sort of relationship. I am worried how Lavinia may react with us returning, since she believes that we are bringing her the discoveries. If we bring Valkis with, perhaps it will act as a sign of good faith, or at the very least, having a favor of a wizard as powerful as Valkis seems to be, could be helpful.
She could have moved on. It's been a long time.
It's true, but
What will her new
still.
boyfriend think? You bring her old boyfriend back to life.
I'm curious. I'll ask
Malakar.
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 Malakar. I keep wanting to say Malakir. If it feels like it's wrong. What's the Shatter Kai's name?
Meriden.
Meriden.
It starts with an M and it's fucking with me. Malakar. I'll ask Malakar. The dwarf Hrimmer, what was his specialty?
Primarily transmutation.
I wonder if he tricked the other one that starts with an M.
Malachar?
Meriden.
Meredith.
No, Meriden.
Meriden?
I wonder if he tricked Meriden into thinking that he was speaking with Lavinia.
When?
Before we arrived, most likely. He was under the impression that Lavinia was wanting you dead.
Oh, possibly. As it's very difficult to unravel all that was going on 10 years ago now.
Perhaps we should.
I do believe Meriden thought there was a possibility of a relationship between him and Lavinia. And she may have been playing on that to get him to kill me. Or he may have been hoping that killing me would be the trigger for her realizing how much he cared for her. Or, as you say, it is possible Frimmer had some greater hand in all of this.
I don't think that she wanted you dead.
The letter would be a strange one
I
to
am
write.
I have difficulty figuring out who wanted what. I can only tell now that Meriden's magic was definitely involved in laying this curse upon me.
And she didn't like Meriden, so
That was my impression once, but perhaps she fooled me.
no. No, what are we going to do with him?
That is a good question. We can't just let him be free. He's too much of a threat. Even if with his hands bound, his mouth gagged, removing him access from his components. I mean, that helps, but
You got that staff, right? When we take the other soul out, we can put his in there. It probably works better with the soul in there.
I guess, but I wouldn't want to. One, I don't know how to remove the soul from the staff, but still, I would want to make sure that Valkus's soul is safe, if not returned to his body, at least having the opportunity to go to whatever afterlife may await him. Certainly, I would not want to commit his soul to this void. That seems cruel. Especially for
Well-
one that did us no harm.
Well, if we, to Aurelia's point, I mean, Malachar, you seem like a smart chap. Do you know how to rip a soul from its body?
Not directly. I mean, I know how you could kill someone and the soul would leave the body. Malachar, or rather, Valkus's soul was probably simply separated from the body when he died, and his staff was primed to absorb it if that should happen. It will probably, if you use his soul for any purpose, it will probably only last approximately 8 hours, at which point it will leave the gem. That would be my guess anyway.
Do you think you could or that we could replace the soul from the gem and put it inside Meriden's body?
I suppose that's possible. I don't know how to do that.
I can, if it comes to it, I can perform a resurrection. If we bring this staff with us back to our realm, it should be theoretically easier. The spell that I now know how to cast recreates the body.
Zarius, perhaps, I mean, I'm a quarterstaff is not really something that is of use to me, but especially one with the powers that this one possesses. I think it would be better for you to wield it. Can I just give it to Zarius and then send Tony the stats?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Although he's already got a staff.
I think you'll like this one
Like,
better.
one in each hand.
I got a shield.
Dual
on the
wielding
other hand.
staff.
I got a shield on the other hand. God damn it! Listen, all I got to do is figure out how to remove the lightning from my staff, and I'll be good.
All right, Tony, I sent you the info on the staff.
I mean, T-Hole could also use his staff as a monk weapon.
Good. Yeah.
He wouldn't be able to attune to it though.
That's true.
It does seem like an appropriate weapon for Zarius, all
So
things considered.
It's from Kryn.
Technically, Aurelia just walks around with like a bent copper scepter in her hands all the time.
So it's.
I
from-
would be afraid of Aurelia having access to the soul cage ability.
It's from fucking Kryn. which is the
That's where
world of
Valkis is
Dragonlance.
from.
Is Valkis a character from Dragonlance?
No, but he was a red-robed wizard from Grid. That's
Red
how
robe,
I made him.
okay. Nice. Okay. Oh, he was wearing red robes, wasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, that's funny. That means he's of neutral alignment.
I just thought, Tony, it would be helpful since as part of the soul cage, you can use the staff to ask questions of Valkis as well as to kind of see through his experiences.
Right, but if you activate that ability, it may start the clock on when his soul eventually disappears from the cage.
Oh. Oh, right, because it's the spell
spell.
itself only has an 8-hour duration.
Right,
I
and then the soul is gone.
Yeah, that's not what we want. That's not what Lucirosi would prefer, anyways. Still, I think Lucirosi would feel more comfortable with Zarius doing this since that seems to be his area of expertise.
I am a fan of the tremor ability. I'm going to try and figure out how to enchant that onto my current staff.
Just duct tape them both together.
Yeah, pull a Ripley. Duct tape the flamethrower to the pulse rifle.
just not so like I'm picturing oh man, like whenever you're as a kid you get your markers and you stack them on top. It's so
Yes.
unstable.
And then it turns into markers and turns into beer cans.
Yeah, all right. When you get to a certain age, those definitely turn into solo cups or beer cans. Yeah.
So Nimrod would
Matt.
chime in with, if forgetting about what we're going to do with whoever Valkis is and with our prisoner, what are we gonna do with this guy? And he points at Malakar.
Oh,
Actually, I do look to him and I ask, what was the state of you 10 years ago?
I was much hardier then. I was still conducting research. It hadn't progressed nearly this far. Sienna was able to keep me at a more or less fixed age, and so whenever the degradation got to be too painful, I would simply try to be transformed into a younger version of myself that was more stable, more able to withstand the curse itself. But Sienna's been gone for a long time.
Malakar, I know that you feel your time's almost over, but what are your plans for the discoveries if you should pass?
I will try to reset all of my mortal tests so that only the worthy who brave them can obtain a copy of the discoveries. I have to decide whether or not I will prepare another copy for the order below. At the moment, I don't know whether or not they're deserving of it.
It sounds like they could, unless we're able to turn back the clock, so to speak. The Scathe are descending upon the outside walls, and it seems to be only a question of when, not if, they will break through. Without some sort of intervention to help, whether that's trying to resurrect Sienna or have her turn back the clock, or whether that's allowing the discoveries or some spells or power they hold to give them to the order below.
There is a failsafe if the outer defenses of my keep are ever destroyed. Very much of the tower will be transported back to my own home. Hopefully, I can set it so that the tests are intact. Although it will be a difficult transition and it may not be possible.
Are you saying that?
What's important is that my crazy wizard schemes continue on, continue challenging adventurers with death.
It's definitely important.
So this tower is going to get teleported. But where would it go?
Back to my homeworld, a place called Faerun. If all goes well, it should be transported into the middle of or close to the middle of a desert on my world, where it can be found in the future.
Malakar, I'm curious about what might be contained within the discoveries. Is there anything within that might help assist in turning back time if Sienna is unable to, or perhaps in dealing with this threat of the melding of Vecna and Thurisdan?
I don't know much about Thurisdan or Vecna melding. And we haven't done very much research into chronomancy, which is hard to do here as time doesn't exist in the normal way that it would in the material universes. So there are no spells that I would say are related to time.
What was that strange elemental we came across before? There are elements around.
You came across a time elemental
Yes.
in the void?
No, not here, but in a pocket dimension on our world.
I have heard of such things. Time is not always an element. It depends on which universe you're in, but in many of them, it has characteristics very similar to an element. So, a time elemental is certainly a possibility, and some people have done research into them. They're usually unstable and dangerous to deal with.
It is
This one.
interesting, Zarius. I hadn't considered it. I had almost forgotten.
It seemed obsessed with the previous iteration of our friend Teal.
Well, that would be very unfortunate for your friend. They might, in fact, it might constantly force you into situations where time is just varying all around you if they've decided that he is their enemy.
I do not know why. But he has been around for a very long time. Perhaps in a previous life, you made someone angry. Much, not to Luciosi's surprise, I'm sure.
Luciosi's
To be
getting a
fair-
little twitch in his eye that he calls T-hole.
To be fair, Zarius, it seems that I make a lot of people angry, and sometimes I'm not sure why. But
Only sometimes.
That makes the twitch go a little harder for
Luciosi
Luciosi.
turns away,
I think
holding the eye.
I think one day I'll understand.
Hand on shoulder. I believe Luciosi looks forward to that.
Luciosi, is your eye okay?
I'll be fine.
Say, Malachar, you wouldn't happen to be able to see into other worlds, would you? Do you possess the capabilities to do so from your tower?
I can, although I can't simply scan for anything I might want. But if I know a certain essential quality of certain things, I can look for them. Individual objects, things of that nature.
I'd be curious to see what our homeworld, Rashan, or so we've been told, Rashan, the state of it. We assume it is merely been transformed into an uninhabitable wasteland and is not worth returning. But
I don't think anybody
perhaps
said that, T-hole.
Teal just ignores Luciosi.
It was pretty much like that when we left. So
It wasn't
But,
there yet. It's on its way, sure.
But if you possess the capabilities of being able to peer on the current state of this world, and so that we can at least understand what's going on, if anything, for our own knowledge, so that if we are somehow able to turn back the clock, so to speak, we understand what the ramifications are for failing.
I don't know your universe or the name Rashan. Do you know the catalog number of your universe?
Is there a Dewey Decimal System where I could look it up?
In the library, there are catalogs. I don't know that you would necessarily know how to look up the exact reference for your own universe.
Does it end with a theta?
I am many of them do.
Okay. I might know the number. Oh. I think Lavinia told me.
What's our catalog number?
Six two six 301.
It's OB 103. Is it? OB 031532 theta.
That does sound like a catalog number. I'll need my telescope. It's in our room of curios. If you could bring it to me, or I don't know if you wanted me to fix that mirror.
What's
And
the,
I'm still working on the scroll.
yeah, one thing at a time. I mean, at the rate we're going, we probably will just go back anyway because it will be like 100 years later, and then everything will be fixed.
It'll just be cyclical.
Can I examine the scroll, I guess?
So it's still in process. He's not finished
No,
with it.
not that one, the resurrection one.
Oh, that's is if Aurelia wants to share it,
Or what?
the scroll
I-
of
I wished his,
You want to look at it?
I just want to look at it. Seeing as it might be me casting the spell.
All right. She holds it up.
I just like kind of,
You look with
Go
your
ahead.
eyes, not with your hands.
sit still. I'll look over it.
it is similar to what you might expect. There are some differences in it.
What's with
I mean,
those differences?
specifically, the wording and the phraseology are not exactly what you would have expected. There is, there are corrections in it that may adjust for the unique properties of being in the void and in the tower.
Could I tell that? Is that something? I
Yeah,
can
you
tell
well,
by
you can
looking at?
tell. You can tell it's been altered in a way to deal with the energies of the void.
So like this resurrection scroll will work.
You're pretty sure it will work, and you're pretty sure it would only work if you were within the confines of maybe Malakar's Keep, but probably the tower itself.
How long did that take for you to read that?
It's a fairly high level spell, but probably 10, 15 minutes.
All right, you're prepared to hold it for that long?
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
vibrating at the end.
Maybe I should.
It's got like shaking out the forearms, like everything.
Good.
Make a fidget check. I think I'm trying to figure what that is.
This should work well. Our most likely chance of succeeding at resurrecting whoever we wish to resurrect.
Yeah, we've got some options now. So, and of course, I always got reincarnate.
Do you
I do
know
not
that
desire-
spell? Is that on one of the spells that you chose?
That's in the Warhorn.
Oh, with the Warhorn. Nice.
Yeah. I do not wish for you to ever use that spell upon me.
I'll take that under advisement.
Yeah. Make sure you put that in your living will, or else it's not binding.
Right. It's I'll fucking mark it onto my chest. No reincarnate, only resurrection.
Yeah, but under my rules,
Rein-
reincarnate always works. Resurrection can fail.
That's fine. If that's what Osiris wanted, then that's what Osiris gets.
Just reincarnate it into a chicken and just want corn.
Corn? Be a monk chicken.
It'd be funny too if in your world, because normally resurrection magic requires the soul to be willing. It'd be funny if reincarnate didn't even care about the will of the soul. You come back whether you like it or not.
I mean, by just the the theology of it, it shouldn't give a shit about what you want. But I think it would be great if you reincarnated the Sphinx into some other body that can't manipulate time.
Well, I don't know that.
I think it's safe to assume that anything that we think about doing, we run it by Malakar first. He's got the most knowledge of the goings on of this place. We don't want to fuck with anything.
Yeah, but he's also batshit crazy.
Is he? I've seen no indication of that.
Did you?
Nimrod says there's a whole tower full of weird puzzles and traps.
That I had to go through twice.
That is a wizard as eccentricity. It's fine.
I mean, to be fair, if what
This
is
is the
said
first
about
one.
the discoveries is true, it makes sense to prevent others from gaining access to that level of power.
Don't they make lock boxes or something?
I guess looking, I would assuming that we're not like talking about Malakar in front of his face and we're like, off in the library or off like away. It's like Teal would like look up in whatever direction he would be from their current position and be like, he may have been vain at one point, but I give the benefit of the doubt to Malakar. He seems like an all right guy. And if he concocted a bunch of crazy traps to try to kill people to protect the discoveries, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Is maybe they were worth the crazy traps. I mean,
Well, that's
you
a
saw
perspective,
how
but he definitely had some big crystal creature in like a permanent prison that we then killed. I don't know that the cure vampirism spell. I guess that's a +1 in the is he a good guy camp because who likes vampires? But some of his spells, he was allowing Meriden to do his research into all this chaos magic. I get the sense he's more of the I research things just for the sake of the pure research. Damn the consequences kind of guys.
Yes, I don't agree with all of Malakar's actions either. The servant, before we destroyed it, had mentioned that Malakar had Obidu killed, which I find troubling. But still, this is a situation that is complex. And if we are to save our world, I can't afford to be worrying about such things. It's troubling in terms of what we might expect from him, but for now, he seems to be willing to help us. There
Well,
are
I guess
greater
that's the
stakes at
perk.
play.
Guess that's the perk of beating all of his traps is he's willing to work with you. So if it's a Sphinx that can send us back in time, can't the kid Sphinx just do that?
How about
Didn't
ahead
we
of
learn
time?
that it was only the female sphinxes that had that sort of time relationship? Didn't somebody say that? I thought.
Hold on. I have that information. The information that I've read doesn't seem to suggest the gender of the Sphinx mattering, but still, it's an adolescent at best, if not still a child. It may not have the power or control needed to assist us.
Well, then the only reason to go after him is because maybe the mother will want to know he's safe if we bring the mother back.
Why is Goku and Frieza appearing?
Because
Roll initiative.
By the way, Tony.
And good luck beating Goku.
Tony, Lisa says you're my doppelganger if I could grow a beard like you.
Sure. I guess that's possible. I think I have less hair up top though.
Just a bit. So, I have more up top, you have more bottom.
Yeah.
There you go. If we go to Gen Con, Mike, you can cosplay as Tony.
Yes.
So the question remains then, do we find the Sphinx child before attempting to resurrect the mother?
Well, let's see what Malachar finds out from our world, and then while we're at it, he can fix the mirror. That probably shouldn't be too hard, and then see where the kid is, if he's easy to grab.
Aurelia, I agree with you 110%.
This number does not make sense. There was only 100% possible.
It makes complete sense. You just have to be open to the other 10%.
Yeah, we are in the void.
Going to collect the mirror. And this started going
So
down.
Aurelia, are you with Malachar, the news or not Malachar, the news of Mordenkainen perishing in the attempting to stop Vecnidizin or Therizna. Where do you stand on your feelings of Mordenkainen now?
I don't know. I'd like to see it from I'd like to investigate it further. It's just a story that's been told, so I need more proof.
If what you hear is true, are you open to forgiving him?
No.
I'm with you there. That guy's an asshole. Or at least he was. Always full of himself. Bet he thought he could just save the world, but the universe by himself too. Sounds like a Mordenkainen thing.
Yes, we have never seen such arrogance or vanity in anyone that we have ever traveled with.
I know, right? The audacity.
Yeah. Nobody in this group's got hubris.
I don't I don't know the meaning of the word hubris.
I was waiting for T-Hole to say, "I have a huge hubris." What are you talking about?
I ruined my chance there.
Sending a whisper. Hold on. So Malakar at this point he's not actually doing any of the allotted tasks. He is asleep again. He probably sleeps like a good 16 hours a day. And not all of his time awake is spent working. So this is part of the slowness of it. But he will at some point get up and continue working on the scroll again. If you wanted him to do one of the other things first, that's fine.
We do one thing at a time.
Well, so what are we looking at him to do? Repair a mirror. What else?
Scry on your universe and finish the scroll.
Right.
I
I
think
mean, if there's anything else anyone wants to do while you're waiting for him to do this, that you can accomplish in the library, let me know.
And so I guess the question is, do we go and let Lavinia know that we've reached the summit here?
I think it best that we wait because we don't know how she might respond. If we come from these trials, she may expect that we have the discoveries, and she may not believe us if we say that we do not. And she may not be. I just want to make sure that we're not walking into a hostile situation without being prepared for it. I don't really trust any of those wizards, especially given what Rimmer and Meriden have done. As well as the herbalist
Belgrek.
Belgrek.
Yeah,
Told
if
you
we
to
walk
go,
out of
right?
this tower and she finds out that all of the wards have been shut down because we've beaten them all, and all she has to do is walk on up here, she probably will come and just take the discovery.
So we follow.
I mean, she
her.
might also start take charge of caring for the old man, which is not a bad deal for us. But I wouldn't from talking to her, I think she has only not sent people up here because they'd all get killed or have their memories wiped. But that's basically not an issue anymore.
I think in either regard, we should make sure that we get what we need to take care of our world and leave the rest to whatever may happen. If Lavinia does decide to come and overtake the keep and take the discoveries, I mean, Malakar is in no state to defend himself, but also he I don't know that he is necessarily the best custodian for these discoveries. I don't know that Lavinia is either, but either way, what happens here doesn't seem to have much impact on our world. I would much rather focus on getting back to our world and trying to save it from this Vecna Therisden creature, as well as if we can, I would really prefer that we can come back to the world not long after we entered that void sphere, save Kartha and hopefully prevent this catastrophe from happening. If
Yeah, I
in
wonder
fact
whatever happened to
happens.
Cato.
I have thought much about Cato, and while it does concern me, if the group held true to their word, they would have let Cato go. I'm not sure that that would happen, but as much as I love Cato, I do believe he would understand that the work we are doing is more important than any one of us.
I mean, for the record, if it ever comes down to a choice between my life and the work, please choose my life.
T-Hole goes up to Nimrod and puts his hand on his shoulders and says, "No can do."
Nimrod looks sad.
I don't know why, but I just picture Homer saying that, like Homer going.
No can do.
That has the potential to get Zarius to laugh. I'm gonna roll for it. We'll see. You got a 25% chance to get Zarius to laugh. You need a 75 or greater. Or I guess technically it's 76 to 100.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's roll a D100. Look at that.
Wow.
It's not like a full-on laugh. It's like a
Yeah, we got to get out of here.
So a few hours later, Malachi stirs and begins working on the scroll again.
I don't know how. Yeah, I mean, will it have taken me hours to get all the mirror pieces up here?
The mirrors were pretty big, so
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it probably would take a while to get all the pieces. But you know, no more. You can get them all up here by the time he's roused again.
Yeah, I guess if the pieces are big enough, I'd have to walk without the cane, without my staff, which would irritate the knee, and I would be wanting to sit between pieces.
Right. Yeah, so that's part of the problem is that there are some big pieces, but there are also countless like little slivers.
Right. I'm gonna make T-hole, or not T-hole. Sorry, I'm gonna make Nimrod put it piece it together.
That's not possible. There are tens of thousands of little shards.
Do your best as I walk to get the next piece.
And he starts piecing them together for like 2 seconds before he's like, "You're not my fucking boss."
But then I tower in, with the next piece, obviously irritated because I'm, making my knee hurt.
I mean, Lucirosi would help you as well. So
But Nimrod's got the eye.
yes, but T-hole has the eyes of minute seeing.
Right.
See, T-hole wouldn't help unless you asked him to help. He would just like be sitting off like, he's in a library full of like books. And he is a researcher, so he'd be pouring through tomes unless
This
specifically
version of
asked.
T-hole is a researcher.
This version of T-hole is a researcher.
Oh, okay.
So
Through
what
the
sorts of
sage
things would you be
background.
researching?
I'd be researching Vecna. Hearing this, I'd be seeing what I can learn about Vecna. I'd also be always curious about the immortal state or of my my soul. I'd be seeing, what not that there'd be any specific mysteries around me that I could derive likely from here, but what sort of like spells exist, given that I know that there's a beating heart, or at least like presumably a beating heart and a vase that's sealed, to see if I could find something similar or like legends of something.
So give me then 2 investigation checks. First one for Vecna, the second one for this other thing. So on Vecna, you find there's plenty of information on Vecna. Most of it's just in the nature of lore. All of it seems to have definite themes of Vecna making a deal with some sort of ancient spirit that converted him into being the first Lich. That is somehow tied to the negative energy and the chaos of the void itself. And he is eventually then betrayed by one of the early vampires named Cass, which forces Vecna to change his strategy. In your world, though, you would know there's significant differences between Vecna's history in your world and this sort of general description of the lore. Because in your world, Vecna was one of the pharaohs of Thult. In fact, the last real pharaoh of Thult, who eventually changed his strategy after being betrayed by Cass to basically just give up the throne. He was not really interested in ruling. Having undead armies seemed like a good way to take over the world, but he eventually realized that was not getting him where he needed to be. So he instead started working behind the scenes, creating cults and trying to influence from the shadows, basically, becoming, some say, like a lesser god of secrets. But that is
Gotcha.
a theme. The notion of secrets is a theme in all of the versions of the lore you can find. And an
Okay.
obsession with becoming a god. On your specific situation, there is some lore of artifacts that might be able to make one an immortal. There's, in fact, a lot of lore about that. Most of it requires multiple uses, like using like a Fountain of Youth style thing. But some of them do, particularly ones that remind you a bit of Thult, do rely on artifacts that automatically resurrect or reincarnate the user when dead. And frequently that does require putting a part of that person, typically the heart or the brain, into a canopic jar that triggers the process every time they die. But there's not a lot more specific information than that. You do get the sense if you wanted to research the project in full, this is probably the best place to do it. If you wanted to like recreate it, this is probably the best place to do it, but it would take months of research.
Well, we did give Malakar a few tasks. We could probably come up with a few more. We got to turn back time anyway. We're gonna try to.
Turn us all into liches, so we can do the same thing.
We'll make the circle of 8 that should have been, except there'll be.
I mean, one thing that you probably are aware of already, but that's very clear in what you've read, is the sure way to kill someone who's reincarnating himself this way is to get that canopic jar and destroy whatever body part is being used as the focus.
Find the phylactery, destroy it.
I forgot, where is that? Do I have that jar?
Yes, the urn of Anubis you have.
That's yours.
You've never
Yeah,
you've never
yeah.
opened it, but you have it.
Okay. I just can't imagine, like, going through all of this, like the trials of Malachar with like a giant, with like an urn with a beating heart in it, like.
Right. Right.
So
Did
you do
I-
you
well,
do
brought it
also
with you,
see
you
that
didn't leave it on the cart.
just in a tent in the middle of a field.
Yeah.
Next to a running water with
You're
a
gonna come
fucking
back for it
giant
later.
hole. A giant spear of destruction. Annihilation.
One other thing you do see about it is that these sorts of artifacts are directly connected both between the physical world and the world of spirits. And so there are ways to manipulate the magic that contains the body part that would allow a person to physically enter the spirit world.
Well, that's interesting. Does it say how?
Well, there's nothing specific to your particular thing. So no, not directly. Sometimes it's a command word. Usually it's some sort of ritual. But it would take a fair bit of research to figure out the ritual. It is possible that just studying the object would reveal that. You more or less just shoved it into your backpack.
So upon reading this, and then also remembering, the beating heart in the urn, he would pull it out and use this time to really study it.
You do locate a book that has various rituals related to the dead that seems as if it's a pretty close match for a lot of the iconography, or it has a lot of references that seem to match the iconography on your urn. It will still take some time and research. So probably a couple of weeks, but you could do it. You could complete the research if you took the book with you.
So Atil's gonna start just reading it, like, he's helping Malachar go to the bathroom, and he's got like one hand, with the book open. It's just kind of wiping and just doing what he needs to do. But yeah, that's gonna be his focus, and during times when he is able to.
Okay, so what I will say on this is, in order to get this ritual right, and to figure out how it works, you're going to have to, and it is going to take a couple of weeks for you to do this, but start making me investigation checks. And if you fail 3 times, DC's 15. If you fail 3 times, it's basically beyond you. You're not going to be able to figure it out.
Funny enough, with a little bit of prep, I can send myself into the realm of the spirits, into the ethereal plane.
That's 2. 2 failures.
He's an action point. Oh man, use another action point.
That's a success.
Well, wait a minute. Would your eyes of minute seeing apply to these investigation checks?
Yeah, I would say no. You're not really looking for small details. You're trying to understand the principles.
Hmm.
So keep going. You have to get 3 successes before you get 3 failures. That's 2 successes.
Can I inspire him?
You could.
Go on, T-Hole. Read that book. Actually, what's your inspiration die?
Should be
D10, I
D10.
think.
Yep.
Oh, just enough.
So it will take you a while to figure it out fully, but when you do, you'll realize that there is embedded within the symbology of it a hidden command word that you can suss out. It's a little bit like a puzzle. When you use it, it has the ability to shift you and up to 6 other people who are within 50 feet of you into some sort of alternate dimension. It's a little difficult to just for you to figure out what that is, but it is a world where spirits are more manifest than they are in the regular material world. It probably wouldn't work in the void at all because you're not connected to any of the planes.
That makes sense. All right.
Does anyone else have anything they want to do, or should I fast forward?
Well, one thing I might,
Malachar does. I forgot to say, Malachar does. He casts a spell which does restore the mirror.
And I guess I could attempt myself at first, at least, to scry upon the young Sphinx. I met him once. Malakir or Malakar. Fucking see, I did it. I had to use an I instead of an A. Malakar would likely have more success at it, just because he's more familiar. But let the fucker rest, I guess.
What is the DC?
The DC is 18. More irresistible than ever.
And so you reach out with your scrying spell, and it turns out sphinxes can deny divination spells.
Damn it. Even the young one that doesn't know how to do anything yet.
Even the young one.
That motherfucker. He can't tell, can't like scry with intent, say, hey, it's just me. Where'd you go, buddy?
I mean, I would say give me a perception check or insight, your choice.
I'm better at insight, I think. Where are you at? Insight, yeah.
So you get the sense that he is not, in the grand scheme of things, far away. And that the spell did connect, but he was able to reject it.
Gotcha.
couldn't you do ascending?
What?
Sending?
Oh, I guess I could try try ascending, yeah. But we'd have to before doing that, I would prefer to have an entrance to direct him towards.
Well, I know Malachar is very concerned about the security of this tower. If we're able to coordinate with the Sphinx child, Malakar may be able to open it at the time that it's needed, thereby preventing any possible incursions that may be unintentional or unwanted.
Then perhaps whenever Malakar has awoken again, we could determine the best route for re-entry.
Or Malakar clearly has talent with illusions. He's created an illusory storm. Perhaps he can open one of these windows and make it an illusory wall. We can let the child Sphinx know and thereby allow it entrance. And then that way Malakar can seal it up as needed.
That sounds reasonable.
It still requires coordination with Malakar himself.
It does.
Yeah, you communicate this to Malakar. He says he's willing to open up one of the windows again. He doesn't have an easy way to open it up. He just, you have to damage it until the stone breaks.
All right. Lushrosy's up for that.
But you're able to eventually pound your way through it. It's a normal wall of stone spell.
So like as he's working at that, I assume it would kind of take a moment to get through. I would I guess we confirm with Malakar that ascending would work if I
Yes.
attempted to.
Yes,
Okay.
it would work.
I'll have to redistribute my spells though. I didn't have it prepped. I don't know what day we are along on this process.
Yeah, all
Well,
kinds of runs
you're
together,
about-
doesn't it?
Right. You're about 4 days in.
I don't know if we would have had enough foreknowledge for me to prepare that spell or not, or if it would have to be the next day. But
We'll just say you prepare it.
all right, cool.
I mean, it's reasonable. We've already discussed previous that we're trying to find the Sphinx.
Right.
Being able to establish communication, knowing that it's an intelligent creature isn't a big leap.
Right. And for story purposes, making it day 5 instead of day 4 doesn't seem like it does a lot for me. So So what message are you sending to this Sphinx?
Yeah, what are you tweeting?
Yeah.
I mean, Malakar would also tell you his name is Ata Nura.
That
Is
takes
that
up
one
that's too
word?
many letters.
We got 144 characters there.
And remember, the apostrophe counts as a letter.
It's not the letter count, it's the word count. So as long as it's one word, I'm all right.
Yeah, but we're in the
25
void.
characters would be difficult.
That feels like an interesting 5e modern spell. Send text. Must be under 140 characters.
I'll-
Then it's like, can I just send a picture of my full message?
Right, it's a 5th edition modern game. This spell is renamed to tweet, and you get
Yeah.
you get a picture along with it. Yeah, for sure.
You can upcast it to send dick pics.
Honestly, that sounds like something out of Acquisitions Incorporated.
Yes, it does.
All right, let me just write here. Let's see.
Again, this is why sending, I think, is a sort of mechanically bad spell. Just 25 words is enough that you have to think about it. Count words.
All right, that's
I,
two.
I honestly think it should we maybe should just house rule it to like you could send 2 sentences. Just leave it at that.
Like regular sentences or like Hemingway sentences?
Like
Right, some
regular
good old-
sentences.
Good old run-on word sentences there.
Stream of consciousness.
Yeah, Jack Kerouac.
Yeah, or
Fun-
even just you could send a short message of DM's discretion where it gets cut off.
Just you just end up filibustering the entire spell.
So I'll do that.
Check something.
Should have said Malakar loves you.
But I'm sure he would know that I was lying to him. I guess it technically gets a response.
So you do get a reply.
Yep, I see that.
Oh, boy.
There's a bit of a old man grumble as there was a response. And I'll fucking cast it again. Um,
Yeah, I just want to share with everyone what the response was.
I didn't know androsphinxes were so colloquial.
He's going through his own emo phase.
Hey, he is an Andrew Sphinx living in the void. He is also goth.
And he's adolescent. Imagine the hormones.
Maybe we just didn't notice the black eyeliner.
Give it a shot.
So give me persuasion check with disadvantage because you're doing this over sending.
Oh, damn it.
All right, I'll use a action point. We'll see what happens. Ah,
Still have one more action point.
Oh, can I inspire you? Or is it too late to do that?
I don't know. I don't know if
It's
you
a
can.
little too late to do that now.
If you,
I'll-
okay,
I'll use one more.
Message is already out there.
okay.
One more action point here. Jesus
Oh.
fucking Christ.
So you get a response at least.
Do you share this response with us, Zarius?
No, I will just send one more message here. Or fuck me. I guess before I do that, I'll ask Malakar, is there risk in leaving this window open?
If I could get the lightning storm spell activated again, there wouldn't be. But I'm not sure anyone will notice that this is merely an illusion of a wall. I think it's a limited risk, but a small one.
The young Sphinx is untrusting.
Wow.
Is there anything I could say to him that would ensure him of your safety and that he is safe to come back?
Well, I don't really know what you might say to him. He seemed pretty frightened when you broke in. I mean, we were aware when you entered the tower all those years ago, and my servant informed us when you killed Sienna, as he was monitoring your progress, because we have to know what guards and other puzzles to reset when you died, or at least that was the expectation. So I can see why he would be untrusting of you.
But if we wish to bring him back safely, is there not something I could say? What would you say?
Perhaps Malakar, are you capable of sending a message directly? Perhaps Ataranura Atanura will be more receptive to hearing directly from you.
Perhaps, but he may not want to be in your presence. I'm happy to reach out to him.
We are attempting
It's-
to revive his mother. Perhaps
And-
there's
He should, of course, give you credit for that, but he is very young and often angry. Was abandoned by his mother 10 years ago as an infant. So there is a great deal of pain in the boy's life.
Perhaps we're doing it in the wrong order. It might be better to revive Sienna. Let her know that her son is safe, but outside the manor. Perhaps then he will respond better to returning.
I can't say for certain what drove Sienna to all of the plans that she once made, but I would imagine she would respond better if you did have her son nearby where she could see him again.
Yeah.
I mean, I was aware she planned to attack you when you eventually made it to her lair. I don't necessarily know why she had such hostility, except that she saw you as a threat to him. She could probably tell if you told her that he was safe. She's very intuitive. She would probably believe you if it were true. But some part of her might question whether or not she's being fooled. Seeing her son would probably help in that regard.
Would us reviving her not be enough?
I don't know what she knows of this timeline. It might be she might have had some overarching plan, but who knows why one might revive another? Maybe it's a kindness. On the other hand, maybe you're just doing it so that she could send you back in time. Reviving her because you want something from her is a very different prospect.
Thoughts?
Let's try and
Well-
get the child Sphinx or the Sphinx child back. If we're unable to, then we'll need to revive Sienna regardless. That's my thoughts anyway.
Then continue to open the path. I will message the child once more to let him know that it is open.
Perhaps we should leave. Go into the library for a while, and so that the Sphinx child could come in and not have to be in our presence, and it can speak with you, Malakar, without us around.
Isn't that kind of dangerous for Malakar? Can't anything come through whatever we open?
Not anything will know that the window is open.
Okay.
I-
You're the crazy wizard.
Perhaps that would be the best way to secure its trust.
Malakar decides to jump out and take off.
So is someone going to bring Malakar his telescope?
Yeah, I think T-Hole would probably have grabbed it. Is there anything special? Any sort of is there anything special upon taking it?
No, not if you're just taking it. I mean, are you going to try to look through it?
No. I'll leave that for the
Yeah.
professionals.
You can take it.
Are you going to try to look through it? Please look through it. I want to tell you what happens when you look through it.
Yeah, I want to tell you what save you have to make. So you don't get a response back from the Sphinx on the last message. And Malakar proceeds he's tuning various knobs and dials on this telescope for a very long time. He asks for several books that you're going to have to bring him from the library below, all of which mostly seem like they're catalogs of numbers. Occasionally you see something that looks like it might be a star chart, but there's not. Most star charts would have a lot more in the way of celestial objects in it. You gather it's some sort of abstract map of the void. And so he's using that to sort of fine tune whatever magical apparatus is on this telescope to see particular universes. And he says, I don't have a specific target or object to look for, so this will be a very general overview. I will try to narrow in on your particular world within the overall crystal sphere that holds it. You may not get as much information as you want because it will be essentially at such a generic level, but we'll see what we can see. And after a while, you see the whole thing begins to glow brilliantly white for a second. And it moves on its own, although it seems to just be pointing at a random spot on the wall in the room. And Malakar says, there, you can look in on your world now.
So Teal would say, thank you. And he'd go and peer in.
So looking through the telescope, you're not exactly sure. It seems as though it's looking from a vantage point that's possibly like atop a mountain. It seems like you're not high above ground level, but you can see a vast plain stretching out before you. The most obvious thing you can see is, although the sun and one of the four moons is visible in the sky, there is another body in the sky in this basically in the middle of the field of view that is just black ringed with an orange and red light. In front of you, you can see it's almost like the continent spreads out in front of you, except that at a certain point there is it. Initially, you think it's just mountains, but you realize it is about half of the continent that is cracked and at an angle and looks as if it is being sucked upwards into the sky towards this black orb. The rest of the continent, the portion that this telescope appears to be fixed on, seems to be fine. But there is, everything else, and it's not as if it's plummeting into this orb. It appears as though it is just slowly being lifted upwards. But it does look, from what you can tell, like it's half of the continent.
Is there so T-Hole would kind of narrate this out loud, be like, you guys got to see this. And he'd step away and kind of open the opportunity for Lushirosi, Aurelia, and Zarius to take a peek.
If T-Hole narrated what he was seeing, Lushirosi wouldn't even bother looking. He just looks distraught, and he goes to I don't know, continue looking at books on time.
And Aurelia runs over and looks, all excited.
Yeah, you see, I guess both Aurelia and Behold make me investigation checks, but you see what looks to be a large portion of the continent has been almost broken off. In fact, although there is a theory that your world is a sphere, this image almost makes it look like there is a plane on which the continent sits that's just flat, because it's been snapped and lifted up, making it's not completely separated from the portion of the continent the view is from, but it looks like an enormous mountain range in the distance. And it is clearly at a strange angle. From what you could tell, all of Ismailia, the southern half of the continent, and probably part of Tvor and Eridane, are being lifted up in the sky towards whatever this orb is. And T-Hole, you would now recognize that orb is probably the fourth moon, which is usually called Rashan or Dorshatus. It's supposed to, mythologically, some say it represents Rashan, who gave his life to form the universe. It's usually completely dark. You would especially know this because you are an augur. So the position of Rashan, the moon that never reflects any light, is very important in augury, in the astrological uses of the celestial sphere. Somehow it has begun to exert an undue influence over everything else. It's picked up this ring of reddish light so that it is plainly visible against the rest of the sky. And it seems to be the source of the pull on the southern half of the continent.
There's no doubt that this is Vecna or Therisna's doing.
Thursden.
Therisna Vecna. Therisden Vecna.
I'm sure they're workshopping a combined name, like a Benifer kind of merger of the two names.
Vecmadin?
Right.
I would vote for Vecmadin.
Would I know the continents you were talking about, the two places?
Sure. So in this world, there's kind of the known world, which is one big continent, and then there is another continent, but very little is known about it. This is essentially the continent you're familiar with. So you would know that the southern half of the continent, if you broke it like right down the middle, you'd lose part of essentially the homeland of the empire and all of the deserts of Ismailia, which, by the way, is where Zarius is a sultan. And it is now being sucked into what, for all intents and purposes, looks like a black hole. Since Tony was away. Scrying on the world, they saw half of the continent broken off and partially raised up. It appears to be slowly moving towards what looks like a black hole, but is actually a dark moon ringed in red that is hanging in the sky above it.
All right. Are there people still alive down there?
This is a very literal 10,000 foot view. So you don't see individuals. You're just seeing the entire landmass of the continent snapped in half. I mean, it doesn't appear as though, it's not as if the whole continent has shattered to kill everyone. So if anybody was standing on it, it looks like they're just seeing themselves approaching this moon. but who knows, like what sort of earthquakes and other disasters happen when you snap a continent in half?
Does Malakar think that perhaps we could scry with the mirrors into a specific location like this? I don't even know if it cares about.
Well, whoever is working here is doing some remodeling, which I don't blame them, because
Ah,
anytime
okay.
you take over, you got to remodel.
It does specifically say on the same plane of existence as you. Scrying. So I'm gonna guess not.
So I'm not going to judge yet because the work obviously isn't
Oops.
finished.
Yeah, he doesn't know of a way to just scry normally. He mostly uses this technology to find duplicate copies of himself. And so there he has a very specific connection that he's trying to make. This is even the first time he's ever just tried to get a big picture overview of a world.
Has he gotten the copy of himself from this from our world?
At first he doesn't know, and then he realizes from the catalog number that there is no copy of him in your world. That your world actually should be dead already. He doesn't understand why your world even exists.
That explains a lot.
Because he
What do
would
you
say,
mean?
Well, most of the universes in your portion of the catalog were overrun at an early age by the Oberith, and they would have transformed a lot of the naturally occurring denizens there into chaotic and evil creatures, throwing off the balance. Most universes are on a knife's edge, balanced between law and chaos. If chaos gains dominance, as they would if with Oberth there, it means the universe that they're in will eventually fragment and be destroyed. I was not aware there were any of your class that still existed.
Well,
It's
unless we could-
possible something about Eternity's doorstep was able to correct the balance. A sufficiently large amount of chaos could have been held within it to keep the balance in your world. Although even then, it's hard to say that that would be a permanent solution.
Hmm.
It is possible Thurisdan has existed in many universes like yours, usually driven mad by the inevitable destruction of the world. He seeks to end it so that a new world can be created in which the balance would be restored again.
And you said you got a big catalog of all these different worlds?
We have a catalog of their relative positions. We don't necessarily have descriptions of all of them, although you eventually do see that there are patterns. There are many universes that are just dead matter. Never
Is there
had
one
any.
where everybody gets a pony?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So we've got plenty of options, as we can see.
If you wish to travel to a new universe, yes,
Sounds good, yeah.
there are many options.
our devotions are likely limited to the ones we come from.
No. Mm-mm.
Not yours, mine, and Lucia Rossi.
What do you think, Nimrod?
I mean, I don't want to go back to a place that's just gonna die.
The goal is to reverse that.
Lucerosi studies harder. Studying
Is there-
intensifies.
Is there a way we could go back to our world, collect the treasure that I'm looking for, and then go to a different universe? Preferably
if-
one where the treasure is still valuable. I don't want to go to some place where my treasure is meaningless.
What if we go to a world where you already have the treasure, and then you just have to kill your other self and take it?
Sounds kind of messy. I mean,
Everything's a little bit messy.
think about what I would be depriving that universe of if they had the chance at two of me, and I took one away. That seems like it would be a crime.
Okay. As long as you two can get along.
Even better would be I find a universe where there's another me who already has the treasure, and then I turn up with my other treasure. Then we're two rich me's.
See, I could go with that plan before I could do anything about what we're about to do. That makes more sense. Malkar just
just-
said it's inevitable.
I just sort of like I sort of just guide Aurelia away from Nimrod. Just like, you have been spending too much time with that one.
Of course, I'll go back to the telescope and look because this is awesome. How long does this last?
It will last an hour at most. Depends on whether I can keep my concentration.
Okay. Well, don't tax yourself.
Shall I attempt to scry on the young Sphinx?
You already tried that. He rejected you.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Inscrutable.
So just because you're having this conversation about the inevitable destruction of the world, I would just thought I would point this out.
Exhibit A.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of people who've talked about how the gods have left, they don't care about us. I think that one bitch that tried to use the fucking disintegrate or whatever it was, the 9th level death spell that Aurelia
Porphyr's.
managed to turn away.
Yes.
She's like, oh, they've all abandoned you, yada yada. So this is not good for Lucia Rossi's self-esteem.
So I assume you've all retreated to see if the Sphinx comes back. You
I
do
would hope-
eventually
I
hear.
would try and guide people that way. Yeah.
So are all of you leaving?
Yeah, I mean,
Nim-
Lucia Rossi
yeah.
would be diligently studying, continuing to study about time and trying to figure out what can be done about the situation in between assisting Malakar and anything that he needs to get the stuff done for us.
And once the spell ends, I guess, Aurelia will have to leave the telescope.
I'll do, whatever I can to help or ease Malakar. Let's see, begins to rest again or something before going back down. But I don't really think there's much I could do for the guy.
Right.
Sew him back up.
Oh,
Oof.
What the fuck was that for?
Oof. That's not good.
That's instant death in Mike's game.
So you all go downstairs.
Hmm.
You can make a perception check, I guess.
Who, everyone?
Yeah.
My passive is a 20 now.
Gotta love the algorithm.
Otherwise, I guess if I roll.
So since you've got a
Right.
nat 20, I would say, Aurelia, you notice that you don't see Nimrod anywhere. He wasn't upstairs when you left. He's not down in the library.
Okay. He's
I
off
assume you
doing.
don't. I assume you don't mention that to anybody.
No, he's off doing Nimrod things. Whatever.
But eventually, you do think you hear. At least Zarius thinks he hears some conversation upstairs. It's too faint to figure out who's talking.
Hmm.
Although, one of the voices is fairly high pitched.
Yeah, we gotta update my my passive scores on our passive little handout. Because
it's
both
20
perception
now.
and insight are both 20.
So, but it's faint, right? It's not that loud because we are in a library. I don't want to be disturbed. I'm trying to read.
Right. It's upstairs, so it
Okay,
is
good.
faint.
And I no longer have druidic. Aurelia has
Right.
that one.
Aurelia has that one. And she used it, but it was off screen for you, the rest of you.
Wait, what about Druidic?
The Warhorn gives it. So that
Oh.
Warhorn is attunable by bards, druids, and clerics.
Bards just because it's a horn.
Right.
That's the only reason I put bards.
That's why I assumed.
So, I mean, eventually the conversation ends.
Good. It's quiet again.
I don't know what your plan is for going back up to check to see what happened.
T-Hole would probably be of the mind to give him a little bit more time. Just in case before, going back up. Like maybe another hour or so.
Perhaps Aurelia would be a good representative. People seem to like her well enough.
No, they don't.
You have a skill with words that many of us lack.
I already tried to talk
And-
to that whatever Sphinx. He attacked me. Then, of course, I tried to talk to the other one. Turned me into a child, an infant. Lost 10 years, and I'm still the same age. So, no, not me. Maybe you can send Nim. Oh, where's Nimrod? Send him.
Where is Nimrod?
Where is Nimrod?
Nimrod is missing.
Going to check upstairs.
I mean, that's the last place you remember seeing him was you were all upstairs.
I head upstairs.
So the door to the bedroom is closed. You don't hear anything from the other side.
I knock.
And then you see the door begins to open. And you see there is the Sphinx is back in there next to the bed.
All right. I'll like sort of lean my staff against the wall just outside the door, I guess.
Mhm.
Just to indicate I'm not wielding my shield. It's like on my back, I guess.
So you're there, and the Andrew Sphinx looks up as you enter the room and says, Great, are you the one who killed my mom? Which one of you stabbed my mom?
That is unimportant right now. We have a scroll to try and revive her.
Well, that makes murder okay then, doesn't it? If you bring her back later, then it's just assault, I guess.
She assaulted us first.
Yeah, likely story.
Do you wish to be present for her resurrection or not?
Why are you even bringing her back?
I guess that is a not. I grab my staff and I like start to turn around.
Yeah, good, walk away. Walk away or I'll kill you. I'll kill you, you bastard.
Does Lucirosi hear this?
I'll stop and I'll turn
he's
around
pretty-
again.
The Sphinx is pretty loud about that.
I'll stop and I'll turn around again. I'll stomp a couple of steps in. You insolent child. Come downstairs. And
What
assist,
gives you the right to tell
assist
me
in the
what to do?
resurrection of your mother.
Sounds like it's going pretty well.
So yeah,
You mean
Lucirosi-
the mom you killed who abandoned me because she thought it was more important to take you guys into the future for some reason that she never explained.
So Lucirosi gonna come up
Perhaps.
and start Zarius.
Perhaps you can get your answers now.
Zarius.
Yeah, perhaps you could go fuck yourselves, guy.
Zarius, do not feed into this. And then Lucirosi would put a hand on Zarius's shoulder, and then look and say, Aitanura, is that your name? Am I saying it correctly?
Not even close. Atan Nara. What is so hard about that?
My apologies. Aitanura. I understand that this is not easy. We did not intend to hurt your mother. So we are trying to rectify this. Not sure why she has done what she has done. But perhaps in reviving her, we can all get the answers that we seek, you included. Perhaps there is more to this than any of us understand, but which your mother does. And perhaps the answers will not be easy to hear, but they will be answers.
So give me a persuasion check. We should all mark the time. Lucirosi is making a skill check without disadvantage. This time may not come again.
The first time in the first time and the last time.
Bum bum bum.
Nice.
I'll come down with you, but you're not off the hook with me, any of you.
Wait, what did he say?
Said you're not off the hook with him, not any
Okay.
of you.
No, we're not trying to hide from our actions, nor shirk our responsibilities. But it would be good if you come down. So Lucirosi kind of invites him. The Sphinx doesn't really have hands or anything, so but he'll try and like be respectful with the distance, but also try to make sure that, you know, he'll say to Zarius, Aurelia, and T-Hole, he still is having trouble trusting us, so if everybody could just keep their distance.
No need to ask me twice. And he just like, T-Hole just stands a good 10 feet away.
So I guess before leaving the room, I would peer around for Nimrod.
I mean, you can make me an active perception check if you want. So, you know,
Oh,
I assume the minimum you can get then is your passive. So it's a 20. You still don't see him
Yeah.
because his stealth was a 26. That's what I was rolling above.
You're right. I'll ask what's his fuckhead if he's seen him.
Mm.
Malakar.
Your halfling friend? No,
I would not call him a friend.
not since you left previously.
I'll just briefly check inside these.
You do not find him looking around the room.
All right. I'll go back down. And I'll
So the
let
Sphinx,
them know
the
that I did
the
not see
Sphinx
it.
waits for you to leave, and he clearly intends to be the last one to leave this room.
I ain't scared.
And as you walk down the stairs with the Sphinx behind you, you hear him. He casts some spell, but nothing that you can see happens as a result of it.
So we hear him cast a spell from behind us.
Yes, he is still upstairs. Zarius is the last to leave and walks down the stairs. Before the Sphinx walks down the stairs, he casts a spell.
Okay. Turning, do we notice anything different about the Sphinx?
Nope.
Okay.
Am I still the same age?
You are still the same age.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So are you going back down to the Sphinx's chamber?
Yeah, at least that's Luciosi's intention.
Yeah.
Aurelia, you have the scroll. Are you coming?
I guess so. I don't anticipate this is going to go well.
Maybe not, but for the sake of our world, we have to try. As we're making our way downstairs, Lucirosi is going to take a minute and look to Aurelia and ask, how do you do it? You have been time displaced way more than any of us, yet you seem totally unfazed by it all. I mean, you were trapped in that mirror for so long, so much time had passed. The world must have been so much different than you could have imagined, and everybody that you had known is gone, yet you seem okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, she's fine. Nothing wrong there.
You also left out the part where I was given a gift from Asheros, and then that was taken away, and then I lost 10 years, and then came back 10 years. There's also some other stuff I forgot, but other than that, I'm fine. I could be better. Mm-hmm. Good talk, huh? Let's go.
Fair enough. My apologies if I offended you, Aurelia. I did not intend that.
That's okay, Luce Rossi.
All right, Lucia Rosie would continue on.
You make your way back down to the Sphinx's chamber. The pillar lowers with the remnants of the nest on it. And you still see her body crumpled and near the statue.
Oh, that's the smell.
Yeah. The music from the statue is still reverberating in the room. And you remember that it will eventually start to make everybody drowsy.
Is that still a thing right now?
You're not sure, but the music's still going.
Mm.
All right. So, Aurelia, Zarius, what's next? Is there anything we have to do to prepare Sienna?
I walk over to Zarius and hand him the scroll. I think this is your department.
So I'll do I recall from looking whether or not I would have to make some sort of skill check.
You will have to make some sort of skill check.
Do I know
Yes. I mean, it's a caster check.
Okay.
Normally, you don't know how many times the Sphinx has died and been brought back. So normally, if they've never died and never been brought back, it's DC 10. But the void is a little bit harder, so it's DC 15. If she's died and been brought back, it gets harder even still.
Right. So I'll use.
Go get him, Zarius. I inspire you.
All right, that'll be helpful too, because I'm also going to use enhance ability. I'm going to use enhance ability to give myself advantage on wisdom checks, I guess. So
Problem is, the reason why
Owl's wisdom.
So the inspiration can't work because the resurrection takes an hour.
Oh, okay.
Just starts singing to me the whole time.
But enhance ability lasts an hour, so that should work.
Cool. Yeah. Inspiration only lasts like 10 minutes.
Right.
All right. Fine, whatever. I'll do it. I'll do it on my own. I'll begin to read off the components of this spell, and
Is Nimrod there?
Oh no, Nimrod is still missing.
if we're lucky, he died. Yeah, so I guess it takes a while for me to perform this spell off of this scroll.
Right.
Does it take that long?
Yeah,
I thought once
I know
once
what
using the scroll.
Right. So the basic rule, I just think the basic rule makes no sense that if you put something on a spell scroll, it suddenly takes an action.
Right.
And it creates all sorts of problems of just preparing scrolls of spells that have a minute or longer casting time as a balance. So I just say that to cast something off a scroll takes the same time as casting the spell, but you don't need a spell slot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I suppose. I mean, to me, it's just having the forethought to prepare that particular spell on a scroll and spending the components to do it. But
Right, and you don't need material components to use a spell on a scroll, so there's that benefit too. Mainly, my concern is just like I don't like one action Leoman's tiny huts going up in the middle of combat. So an easy fix is just to say that scrolls don't speed things up that much. Or how do you do a reaction scroll? Has always been a question. Like, are scrolls of spells that have a reaction useless because it now takes an action to cast from there? I just say no. You can use the scroll if you have the scroll in hand, you can use it as a reaction. So it always matches the spell. That's my house rule.
so the scroll is a resurrection scroll?
It is a resurrection scroll. So you don't need to use the diamond, but it takes an hour, and you have to touch the body.
Right. So I chant off of the scroll for an hour, and then touch the body, I guess.
So make me a caster level check.
Wisdom check with advantage.
Of
Jesus
course.
Fucking Christ. And I used both my action points trying to persuade the fucking Sphinx to come back and failing. Anybody want to let me?
Good job there.
Anybody want to let me borrow their action points?
Yeah, is there any way that Lucerosi could have been praying to Acheros and
Um,
in
there,
any way.
Loan out action point.
I actually do have rules that would allow you to try to influence the roll. I'll tell you, you'll have to influence it by 5, and usually every successful skill check adds 2.
Okay, so
So, I mean, praying would be sort of a religion check, but it's basically skill checks if you wanted to try to add to the roll.
So we need like 3 people to add to it.
Yes. And not fail.
okay.
Come on, guys. Do they got to
Um,
meet the same DC, or do you set the DC depending on the thing?
They have to make the same DC.
Okay, cool.
so I'll use a wisdom, or I mean a religion check.
I hope you're good at those. Okay, cool.
So yeah, so that would be a 12.
All right, guys. I need all the help here.
What does
Hmm.
T-Hole want to do to try to... And the goal of this is you are trying to essentially coax the spirit of this creature to return from the
And
other
that-
side. So anything you can think of, if you read my house rule, I say like, even, lying to the spirit about what a great guy and how missed they are when really they're not, like I even would allow that. So any
Deception.
creative use of a skill you can think of that might help to get a soul back into its body, I will generally allow.
I like how Kurt is
So-
making it seem like this is possible, knowing that this Sphinx has died a couple of times already.
Okay, Aurelia will go.
I have already sort of given away that the DC is just the basic 15. So
All right, Aurelia will go. Please come back. We really miss you and use deception.
okay, make me a deception check.
Jesus
You
Christ.
are despite the flat delivery just makes it seem like you are just emotionally so disturbed by him not
Yes.
being there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And T-Hole would coax it with insight, saying, your child really wants you to come back. Can you see the look in its eye, and like kind of like glancing over to it?
And with the administrations of all of you around the body, trying to entice her to come back. You see the wounds on her body begin to close, and her chest begins to heave up and down as she starts to breathe again, and her eyes flutter open. I am back. I was not certain I would ever be. What has transpired?
A lot.
We reached the top. We
I
brought your
figured you
child
would.
to you.
I am glad that he lives. My sight had shown him dying in many different ways. If I'd simply let you pass.
Deanna, we need your assistance. Our world is in terrible danger if it's not already too late. We need your help to allow us back in time to prevent a great calamity.
I am aware of what is befalling your world. I've seen that too. And I know that if you don't get there to stop it, it will be destroyed very soon. I do not know if your world can be saved in the long term. I think that will require the efforts of many people working together and not just your small group. But its peril is very real. I think if you went back now, it might be impossible for you to stop it. But your actions a decade ago might yet stop its destruction in the near term. I can send you back.
Do you have any recommendations for other worlds we might want to go to if we decide that this is just fruitless?
I would fear because of where you come from, for any worlds you might visit. You are born of a world that is unbalanced, that is almost impossible to imagine it surviving in perpetuity. That blight upon you might simply transfer to wherever you go. You are creatures of more chaos than you realize. Most worlds are much more suffused with law.
What does that mean?
All worlds are on a knife's edge balance between law and chaos. Too much order is not healthy for life, but too much chaos is not healthy for any permanent physical substance to exist in. In your cases, you are born of a world with too much chaos, and I don't know whether or not that suffuses you as individuals or is simply a grander property of the world you come from. It is possible that, like a disease, if you were to permanently reside in some other realm, that you would bring this unbalanced nature with you. It would certainly take time to grow and to poison the other world, but it is possible that you could lead to the destruction of any world you inhabit.
But what of our world? Is there no way to restore this balance, to shift it?
Not in a permanent sense that I'm aware of. Everyone in your world will have to be on guard and working, striving to maintain the order that keeps your world alive. Your world will be in peril many times, I'm sure, if you can save it now.
What is
House
this
hunting in the
order?
void it is.
What were we saying, Dustin?
This is what is this order you speak of? This is something that I attempted in a previous iteration, past life.
There are two great forces. Some tend to think of good and evil as the greatest of the forces, and those do play a major role in the evolution of a world, but greater still is the challenges that come with the battle between law and chaos. Law is what gives order to the primordial substance and creates matter and creates life and gives life. But chaos and change are also necessary to keep life vibrant, to prevent everything from becoming just a uniform, unchanging substance. If these two things are equally balanced, a world can in principle go on forever. If either one has too much force, too much strength behind it, then the eventual destruction of the universe is inevitable. There are two infinite planes. The void is the plane of chaos. There is also an infinite plane of law. You would have to find it by entering an individual universe and finding a portal to it. It is equally as destructive to life in the long run.
We've had visions of a being that helps guard this. What was it?
Crystal
being.
sphere.
Yeah, the being was named Asmodeus.
Yes, there is an Asmodeus in many worlds. He is in worlds that have a mad god, often chosen by the other gods as the guardian of the mad god's prison. Although one has to question if the mad god is really mad. He only seeks to destroy a universe that is doomed because of the imbalance between law and chaos. I don't know if that is insanity or not, although his methods are usually quite brutal.
And our world that we
Asmodeus
come
at
from is,
one time doubtlessly did guard a prison of Thurisden. And that prison was Eternity's doorstep. Undoubtedly, like many other universes, it was established by the deities of your world to hold him, to contain him, and to prevent him from unmaking the world that they lived in. What other precautions they may have taken, I don't know. Asmodeus, however, always proves to be a somewhat faithless guardian of whatever prison he is looking up after. He usually finds a way to take some of the power for himself, enhancing his own strength and using it to rule a portion of the world he comes from.
Well, even if it is supposedly a inevitability that our universe may fall, that does not mean it is not worth saving and not worth trying. See,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. As I said, as long as your people remain vigilant to the balance and continue to try to protect their existence, it can continue. It simply requires people of stout heart. The problem is that in any particular age, there is some small probability that no such heroes will exist. If you take an infinite number of years, that suggests eventually it will fall. But there is still the infinitesimally small hope that heroes will always emerge to save the world.
So what do you need of us so that we can return to our time?
I need to rest. When my strength is recovered, I will be able to send you back to a point shortly after we moved forward in time. You, I know, also need to collect something from Malakar. If he hasn't prepared it yet, you should get that before you leave.
as Malachar will not remember any of this.
What of the trials of this place?
I can prevail upon Malachar to deactivate them. Explain to him that you've already gone through them in a different time frame. He will understand that well enough.
Good. I
What,
understand that. I
there
understand
you
that
go.
10 years prior, where we were originally coming in at, he was a lot stronger, or at least more fit. Perhaps that is most beneficial for this bubble of safety within this realm.
As I have foreseen, it's not the strength of Malachar that threatens Malachar's keep. It is whether or not Eternity's doorstep continues to function as a prison, drawing its energy from the countless wraiths it absorbs.
What purpose did you have in mind for bringing us forward in time?
I have had, at that point, recently given birth to my son. He had recently hatched. Every future I could see in that timeline had either Meriden or Frimmer killing him in a collateral explosion as they battled over who would take possession of the discoveries, or Meriden's trying to kill Malachar, or one of you accidentally setting off some spell that injured my child. Being an infant, he would have had no defenses. Moving you forward in time gave him years to grow and develop his own defenses. Also, there seemed to be more outcomes in which he did not get injured in the fight.
Yeah, being an infant kind of leaves you defenseless. Yeah. Yeah. I can kinda relate.
Lucerosi looks to the Sphinx child, kind of trying to gauge his reaction to hearing all of this.
And then the young Sphinx says, "Yeah, that's all you got, you bitch. You abandoned me. I had to take care of an old man. Take care of an old man who's falling apart. Do you know what it's like to wipe the ass of an old man when all you got are paws?" He holds up his paws. Do you see a bathtub up there? Do you know how hard it is to clean shit out of your fur?
Sadly, I can kind of almost relate to that.
Lucerosi still can.
And the Gyno Sphinx says, "I understand your anger, and I am sorry that I had to abandon you to save you. I promise I will be a better mother once I have gone back in time, and I will fix this pain you feel." And the young Sphinx, of course, responds with, "Fuck you! I hate you! I wish you weren't my mom! I wish I had never been hatched!"
You're not my real mom.
That's right, I was raised by that librarian robot! And she slowly crawls over to the pedestal and lays down on it and passes out, falls asleep.
Well, that's awkward because we need that pedestal to go back up.
That's what she does.
All right. Well, I'll activate my Radiant Soul ability and fly everybody up then.
We just activate the thing. I'm like, it's fine. That's where she came from whenever we entered this fucking place.
Yeah, but she's probably sleeping on the lever.
Well,
What
no,
does
the
she care?
lever is sort of back here, so she's in the middle of the platform.
We'll be fine.
Oh. Yeah, but can we even safely fit on this thing with her there?
Yeah, I mean, these are,
Okay.
you know, it doesn't fly up at such high speed that you would fall off.
Okay.
So you go back up into the library.
All right.
The younger Sphinx remains below, glaring at his mom as she sleeps, muttering, "Fucking bitch."
Sorry,
Just sitting there sleeping.
I murdered her. You ain't going anywhere.
Right. How many skulls you got, Dragon Man?
So now at this point, Lucia Rose is getting real curious. So where is Nimrod?
When you get back up to the library, you see Nimrod there.
Nimrod, where were you?
Just, hanging out in the library. Lots to read.
Oh, you weren't in the library.
I mean, I'm super small. You probably just missed me.
Pretty sure we didn't. What's going on? We just raised Sienna.
How did that go?
Went well. She has agreed to take us back in time so that we can save our world.
Which it will inevitably be doomed anyway, because you're all chaos, and we're too much chaos in this world, Nimrod. So we're going to throw off the balance, and we're all going to die.
Well, that doesn't sound pleasant.
No, it doesn't.
And I don't think that's exactly what she said, really.
That's what she meant.
Is there some way to not all die?
We're not going to die, Nimrod. She suggested
Whew.
that the world would inevitably come to an end, but that doesn't mean that it's going to happen now. And especially if we have a chance to stop it.
That's if everybody works together, which we know everybody in our world was working together when we left.
I mean, you guys barely work together as it is. Amongst
Exactly.
yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but that doesn't mean it's not worth trying. There are too many important people back home to not try. The Sphinx also suggested that if we were to try and escape to other worlds, our presence may cause a similar fate to wherever we end up. It's
But, like,
possible
not-
that
But not like some ancient chaos god merges with Vecna. Like, not that level of imminent. Like, the way I see it, if we go back in time and we go back to our world, we know we've got 5-10 years to stop the end of the world.
3.
Great. So we have 3 years to stop the end of the world. But if we just stay here and go to a different universe, we probably live out our whole lives. And sure, maybe that universe is doomed down the road, but fuck them. Who cares?
Nimrod, I can't accept that. You are important for whatever task Asheros has put on my
Don't
path.
bring in Asheros now.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. Let's take the Sphinx's offer. We go back in time. We go back. I get my treasure. You get whatever spiritual reward you're looking for. And then I'm just saying, we come back here. We find a better world that's not going to die soon.
Nimrod, after you've served your purpose in completing the trials that have been beset before me, then you are free to do whatever it is that you wish. But I am not going to abandon my home. I'm not going to abandon the home of everybody I know and care about.
Looks like you've got some trials to deal with, Nimrod, that Blue Shirosi has to deal with. So good luck with that.
I mean,
I
as long
hate
as we
to see
find,
Lucerosi's trials after Malakar's.
yeah, those would suck. A bunch of things that just make you take off your armor when you sleep.
You're only
The only way past the test is to remove your armor.
then
That's fine.
Zarius.
I have a 19
Zarius's
dexterity
trials
now.
is that you're only attacked at night whenever you're trying to sleep.
So yeah, I mean, I am happy to help you with whatever it is you need, Lucirosi. Although if we start getting like, 2.5 years in, I may need to come back here.
Well, you may wish to ask Malakar for a way back then. Because remember, we came through the Void Sphere. And hopefully, after we return, we're going to try to safely remove the sphere from our world.
Yeah, I think I'm okay. I think I can get back here when I want to.
Okay. If you say so. Is there something that you found that you're not sharing?
No, I share everything.
You seem very confident
I-
that you'll be able to come back.
Oh, sure. I mean, I've been here way longer than you. I've been outside talking to the leaders of the caravans. There are regular caravans that come here, This place, wow, this place is kind of a nightmare of needs. It's basically got to get all of its food and a lot of other things shipped in from other worlds. So constant caravans, mostly led by people you wouldn't like. A lot of devils seem to lead these caravans. But pretty sure I know of a caravan stop I can use to get back here if I need to. Maybe it's bullshit. Maybe they were just pulling my leg. But I think they were being genuine.
Okay, that makes sense.
So when do we go back in time?
Well, we need to wait for Malakar to complete the scroll first. And Sienna needs rest.
All right, well,
So tomorrow.
So is anybody doing anything until Malakar finishes the scroll?
Lucirosi might be drawing up plans on repurposing the Myrmidon scimitar and the blue daggers and hook. He's not quite sure how yet, but he really likes the obsidian scimitar, and he's intrigued by the metal, this interesting properties of this blue metal. So he's trying to work out some way to put them together.
Okay. Feel free to pitch me ideas on that. I mean, the metal's not, it's strong as steel. You don't necessarily know. You probably couldn't just melt it to coat the obsidian sword. But I am open to creative ideas on that.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what he's doing, but that's what I'm sure he's thinking about, because he's like, these are cool. How can I use these better?
right. So three days pass and Malakar eventually finishes the scroll. So who is taking the scroll?
Well, Lucirosi will step up if no one else is.
I mean, you could tell from looking at it that it is probably going to require Zarius to cast it.
I kind of assumed the seer would be able to cast it, I guess. I hadn't thought about us needing to cast it on the seer.
You don't. I mean, you know he has some magic. You don't necessarily know whether or not he can cast the spell.
Okay. Well, at the
It's-
very least,
it
I
is-
can.
Right. It is also if Zarius studies it, he will discover it's not necessarily 100% automatic. It sort of depends on how long someone has been a vampire, whether they're a true vampire or vampire spawn. The longer you've been a vampire, the harder it is to do. And really, like ancient vampires, the chance is pretty minimal that it's going to work. But from what you understand, 10 years ago, the seer was a brand spanking new vampire.
Okay. Well, Lucirosi can hold on to it and then, give it to Zarius when needed.
So does this mean we have to leave the keep and find the seer? And won't we forget everything?
Well, Sienna said that she would deal with that. She would speak to Malakar after bringing us back.
She needs rest anyway.
But that is a good point, Aurelia. If we do return to the past, that memory trap will still remain, as well as the demon dream.
Right. So Malakar pointed out to you that the mind blank spell that blanks out your memory, it is controlled by a candle that is on the desk in the library. And if you snuff out the candle, the mind blank spell will vanish with it. So you do know how to deactivate it.
Right. But we'd have to,
The demon dream spell would still be active 10 years ago, as would the lightning storm. But the way around that is just don't go to sleep in the upper tower.
yeah, but also the mirror room would still be around.
Right, but that is the level above the Sphinx's chamber.
Right, but
So
if
you
we
don't-
return to the past, how do we get up to the candle without going through the mirror room?
Well, I assume Sienna has a way past the mirror room. She's not affected by it.
Okay.
So she could do it. The other thing is, from what Meriden said previously, if you are invisible when you enter the mirror room, it doesn't generate shadow clones. So Aurelia could do it if she wants to. Although maybe, I don't know. Maybe she wants to see what is the shadow version of Goth Aurelia. How metal is that version?
Yeah, she could be onto something.
They might be best friends.
Yep.
Right.
You ever see Scott Pilgrim versus the World, and you had Nega Scott? They
Yep.
just were hanging out, and they hung out a little bit later.
What are we doing with the other guy?
Meriden?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're doing with him. He is also displaced out of time 10 years. But I don't know what you're doing with him long term.
I mean, if we go back in time, Meriden, Rimmer, they'll be there.
That is, not clear. If you went back in time without Meriden, Meriden was in your group and was moved forward in time. So if she moves that was T0, you were moved forward 10 years. She's going to send you back and you're going to be at T1 after T0. If they don't go back in time with you, you wouldn't necessarily know what happens to them.
I see.
Well, Meriden was trying to, kill Malachar to get the discoveries, so he's going to try to kill Malachar to get the discoveries.
Right. I assumed he would still be tied up when he went back in time.
I think perhaps it's not our place to pass judgment on what happens to Meriden. Perhaps when we return, Lavinia may have something to say about it, as well as Belgrek.
That's right. If we go back 10 years, that means he might be around.
He will be around.
Then I can go and punch him in the giblets for poisoning us.
It's not a bad idea, Aurelia. What are giblets?
You'll know. It's the dangly bits.
Ask Loki.
How would Sirius know?
Because I'm a fucking master at anatomy.
Oh, right.
I got a whole book on it.
Fair point.
Got 15 in medicine, man.
Just because you don't have the bits don't mean you don't know about them.
Right.
Something. And
You guys are the strange ones, not me.
Yeah, have fun with your cloaca.
Thank you. No, sorry. This cloaca is celibate. This cloaca is saved for Osiris.
Oh,
That sounds like it. That sounds like a natural landmark or like an oasis in your desert world. Osiris's cloaca.
so you going back down to the Sphinx?
Yeah.
Now that you have the scroll.
Yeah, once the scroll is ready, I recommend continuing to bring Meriden down and having Lavinia and Belgrek decide what to do with him, but I don't know what other people think.
yeah, it's probably a good idea.
Yeah, it's fine.
So you bring down Belgrek. Still bound, I assume.
Not
Yeah.
bad.
Oh yeah.
And as the pillar descends again with you standing on it, and you land in the middle of the room. And Sienna walks up to you after taking a drink from the fountain and says, "There, it is done." You see nothing different.
We didn't tell a difference
Oh.
before, so that's fair.
Yeah, we didn't notice anything.
Right.
So
Her child would not be there, though.
all right, well,
You could
let's
speak with Malachar.
Yes, I will go up now. At the very least, I will snuff the candle on the memory blank. So you should be able to leave without losing your memories of anything. I will try to convince Malachar to turn off the demon dreams, although if he knows that you are leaving, he may wish to keep that on for the next group that tries to make its way up to obtain a copy of the discoveries.
I don't anticipate that we would need to rest or stay here any longer.
Then perhaps we should not linger in this room, for it attempts to put you to sleep.
Yes.
Yes, it is very good at helping ease people into sleep and reduce their pain.
So let's head on our way. By the time we reach the bottom of this maze, Sienna, you should be able to get the candle snuffed, correct?
Yes, I would probably linger for 30 minutes. I don't have any way of communicating with you, but it won't take me longer than 10 to snuff the candle.
All right. Well, thank you, Sienna.
I hope you can prevent the destruction of your world.
So do we. Well, take care of your child and many blessings in Astros's light.
I don't know who Asheros is. The pillar rises up.
I say that makes two of us.
But you make your way down. You find yourself outside Obidu Aldiwa's room. The door is locked.
I'll knock.
You hear no response.
I'll knock harder.
You hear the same no response. You can't tell if it's harder.
Is there any way of opening the door? With
There
it?
is a lock on the outside, but you determined that it was probably magically sealed.
Do I hear
So
that?
it either requires a pretty good lockpicking skill, some combination of okay lockpicking and dispel magic, or up from behind you, Nimrod walks and says, I still have the key from 10 years in the future. What are the odds they changed the lock in the meantime?
Well, let's try it, Nimrod.
Do I still hear the
He
same
he
gust of
inserts the
wind
key
as
in the
before?
lock, and there's a click, and the door opens. And you see a red-faced and angry Obidu Aldiwa. I told you never to return. You humiliate me with your silly dance competition.
We just need to pass through. We're finished with the trials.
Find another way. There must be
There,
windows up there for you to crawl out of.
there is no other way, but if, it helps, you may wish to leave as well.
I am bound to this place by oath.
Yes, but Malakar is not very happy that you allowed us to pass the first time.
He is entitled to be unhappy with my service. I did exactly as I was told.
That may be, but he may decide to kill you.
He may try.
Oh no, he succeeds.
I think
probably-
you underestimate the master of cyclones.
I just start walking in.
No. So yeah, I pull out. I still have OBD's. I grabbed his shirt, didn't I, the first time?
Yeah, you had a shirt.
Okay. Well, it kind of clashed with what I got, so I'm not gonna put it on. Does he still have it? Does he still have his shirt? And if I look, do I have a shirt too?
Yes, he
So
he
could
has a
match.
shirt.
We could match if we wanted. That's a
And
really
he steps in front of you as you try to cross the room. I said, find another way.
cheaters.
We didn't cheat.
You most certainly did. You were exhausted and did not roll with disadvantage.
Well, whose fault is that? You drank too much and couldn't remember.
I choose to interpret my oath as preventing you from entering or leaving this room. If you wish to pass me, you will have to beat me in combat. That should save me from Malakar's wrath.
Not from ours.
And he picks up his unusually large scimitar.
Um,
And you see the lower half of his body transforms from legs into just a whirlwind of air.
I'm gonna blind him.
And he also grows. So I will let you cast blindness as he grows and picks up his scimitar, but we can roll for initiative.
My token isn't accurate,
Always a problem.
and Aurelia has her old token.
Right. Now she has no token.
Is it just me or are all the shadows funky on this map?
It's
Yeah.
because it's a bead wall, right?
There is a curtain of silk between the two of you. That is what because you are looking through this layer of silk.
Gotcha.
All right, so roll initiative.
Yes. Nimrod is also. His
What's
token is also a problem.
T-Hole's portents look like right now?
I have to. I didn't roll portent. I suppose I would have done that though.
I don't see my token.
How's that?
There we go. Thanks.
So did okay. Just Aurelia. This is always a problem when you don't clear the thing before you start rolling. Okay, Aurelia, you're first. True. Hey, what save does he have to make for the spell?
That is a con save, DC 18. Oh yeah, dude.
So he's blind.
Just run past.
So Aurelia, it's your turn.
Okay, so where's the whirlwind? But I can't. I know it's in here, but I can't see it. Or
You can't see it.
okay, do I hear? But I hear it.
Nope. There's no, this is 10 years ago. All the curtains are hung back up. No whirlwind.
But he's just vanished.
No, the lower half of his body has turned into, that's
Oh.
what you're talking about. The lower half of his body has
Oh.
turned into a little whirlwind. So he no longer has legs and he's grown to large size.
Well, why didn't you do the dance off like this?
He cannot see you. Just
Right.
He can
He's
hear
not
me.
responding. He is basically at this point yelling, "My eyes! Once again, you cheat!" Rather than do things the honorable way.
I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers.
Okay. So what save is that?
Wisdom.
So he still takes some damage. What else are you doing?
I'm just holding right there.
Okay. Lucia Rosie.
Is the opening on the other side open? Because I know we had to crawl through the wall, which we broke open.
Right. So there is a door on the other side that is closed. When you first approached it, it was open or unlocked. I
Oh,
should
that's
say.
right, because we went through the hole and then there were stairs, right?
Right.
Okay.
And then on the other side, there's a stairwell leading down to where you broke through the wall.
All right. So the door is here.
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to move here and try the door.
The door is unlocked.
Okay. So I'm going to open the door and just go through.
Okay. So you basically run down the stairs.
Yeah. I mean, if he's blind, I mean, he seems like an okay guy. Not gonna kill or try and get into a battle if we can avoid it.
Okay. So you're down at the bottom of the stairs. And it's his turn. Let's see what he wants to do. So you see he yells something in a language none of you speak. And you see the wind in the room begins to pick up to a frightening degree. It is almost hurricane force when it all begins to coalesce in front of the door into a 5-foot diameter, basically tornado that stretches up to the top of the ceiling.
That's a cool effect.
But that's his turn. He gets to make another save though, right? Or is blindness one of those weird permanent ones? Lucia Rose.
At the end of each of its turns, the target can make another con save. Yeah.
Lucia Rose, I'll just put here.
Yeah.
So make another con save. Nope, still blind.
Still no.
And it's Teal's turn.
T-Hole would just go to follow Lucirosi.
So now there's a whirlwind in front of the door.
Like the door, like the beads in the middle.
No, like the door
like
that
in-
Lucia Rosie just ran through to get out of the room.
This guy right here.
Gotcha. I guess in that case, I would go up and attempt to. So I'd use my bonus action to grow my arms
Mhm.
and my visage, and then I would attempt to strike OBD.
Okay. Hit. Hit.
Well, actually, I only get 2.
Okay. But the second one's a crit.
Yeah. Does that roll? That's rolling crit die correctly, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I assume you're using
Yeah, and
necrotic
the-
damage.
Yes.
Martial arts die.
And then I'm gonna spend a Kai point to make that a stunning strike. So that's a con save.
What about your martial arts die?
That's right.
So he's stunned.
And that's another 4 damage. So and then is the gale still going?
Yes.
I guess I'm gonna
Ninja
attempt to
jump
move
through,
it
see what
anyway.
happens.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move through it anyway.
Okay. As you enter it, let's see. Oh, back here. Couldn't find a sheet. So this is what happens as you step into it. You have to make me a strength save.
That is not a good one. The saves aren't as bad. Oof.
So you are restrained just inside the whirlwind.
All right. That works. So that'll be my turn.
Okay. Zarius.
Oh, it's this one. I'm gonna cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay.
Right. And then move. Oh wait, no, I take that back. I'm not gonna do that. I forgot because that's a concentration. I'd rather keep this guy blinded right now. Totally forgot about that. Okay. Can I touch T-hole there?
I forgot about his concentration checks, which he made. You can. It's a DC 18 strength check if you want to pull him out.
No, it's all right. I'm gonna cast freedom of movement on him.
Okay, so now you're not restrained.
That is not concentration. That just lasts for an hour.
Yep.
That's an action, it looks like. So I will I'll bonus action whisper to the snake head of my staff and make it animate. And that'll be it.
Okay.
For those at home, that is not a euphemism.
You can do it.
You got this, buddy. Come alive.
Managed to miss with the second strike, even against a blind target. But he gets a sneak attack damage on the first one.
Nice. Good sneak attack damage.
And then he's going to run over to this side to get closer to the door, but he's not running into the whirlwind just yet. Aurelia.
Wait, concentration save, right?
That's true.
DC.
The whirlwind dissolves.
Ah, I wasted a spell. Good to know.
Obidu looks
when it-
pretty beat up. Not doing so well.
He's blind and paralyzed or stunned.
Stunned.
And wouldn't Nimrod have enough movement then to just fuck off through the door?
Yeah, that's true. So he would have done that.
How
No,
embarrassing for him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when Malkar finds out about this, it's going to kill him.
I don't think I have enough movement to get. Is the door open, or do we have to open it, or what?
I assume Lushrosi left the door open.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just use dash action and just run out the door.
Yeah, I mean, I would have let you open the door as your object interaction anyway.
Okay.
And I guess I should roll because while Lushrosi is considerate Nimrod. So high means he closed the door behind him as he ran out. Yes, he closed the door behind him.
Of course.
But you can open the door as an object interaction and move through.
Okay, I'll leave it open.
Lushrosi.
I'm just continuing to head out.
So you begin to crawl through the small tunnel.
Yeah.
Obidu Aldiwa is stunned, and it's T-Hole's turn.
T-Hole's he is getting out. So he goes through and begins following where everyone else is going.
OBD gets a con save. Blindness.
Yep.
He does
Nope.
not make
Go
it.
blind.
And His paralysis only ends at the end of T-Hole's turn. So, Zarius, your turn.
That's probably the most effective second level spell slot you've used, Zarius.
That spell's prepared a lot. Yeah, so I'll just if it looks like he's still blinded, I will just move past him.
You're not gonna get the XP. Try to kill him.
Nah. I will speak the bonus action, or speak the word again to deanimate my staff.
Okay. So you all make it into the tunnel. There's no signs that he's following after you. But shortly after the last of you enters the tunnel and makes it out into the T-shaped hallway on the other side, you all hear a roar. Curse you all cheaters! You have earned the wrath of Obi-Du Aldiwa, master of hurricanes, tamer of cyclones. I curse you all. Everybody
shut the
make me a
door.
wisdom save.
I just shut the door.
Who is within range of my aura?
Nimrod would be. Who was the second one to make it out? T-Hole? Yeah, I'm
No.
pretty sure it was-
No, it was Aurelia.
Okay, so then it's Nimrod and Aurelia.
What save again?
Wisdom.
Oof. I'm gonna use an action point to re-roll that. Oof.
I mean, that's the same as me.
Nah, I don't want to take a chance of getting cursed by a genie. All right, that's better.
What's our plus? Do we get a +4 or something?
+3.
+3. Okay.
Did Aurelia roll? Oh, I see 16. So +3
So-
is,
So I got a 20 total.
yeah. So T-Hole and Zarius and Nimrod, you are all cursed. Every time you take damage, you will take another D8 necrotic damage.
Oh man.
I'm really glad I used those action points.
And technically in the
Oh,
void,
wait.
it's 2D8.
Oh man, I should have used. I should have used my Crown of the Peaceful Mind to automatically succeed that Wisdom save.
I have a spell that could remove it. I got remove
Alright.
curse. It's an easy spell.
Yep. That as far as you know should work. You ever prepared?
Not right now.
Okay.
Well, I don't expect to take any damage right now. And
So, but
exit
you
this
make your way
tunnel of
back
this
down into the
tower.
hallway into the room with the puzzle on the floor. And you know how to navigate that already. So make your way past that. The room with the Gorgon is still littered with the remains of the Gorgon. And so you walk up to the main door. That leads into the lower library.
All right, and we're supposed to wait a little bit to give Sienna time to snuff out the candle.
So how long are you waiting?
Well, she recommended 30 minutes. I have no reason to doubt that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is anybody more eager?
I can wait.
There's really no rush.
Well, there is. You know, even if the world isn't ending anymore, we still got to deal with the void sphere and hope that it hasn't been destroyed by the time we get to the seer.
I mean, we could always send one person through and see what happens, and one of us forgets our memories, no big deal. Two of us, no big deal.
Good idea. Nimrod, let's see what happens.
Well, I was thinking Aurelia, because I'm
No.
the genius who had the idea. So you want to have the genius with the most possible knowledge.
I believe Aurelia is the one with the most knowledge, seeing as she was restored to full knowledge when.
Don't listen, it's a trap. We'll get our level taken away.
Yeah, I would just like to start you all from the beginning. You all walk out, memory blanks, and you're like, oh, I guess we're going back in. Guess we're
Yep.
going in for the first time ever.
But why am I human?
We make it back to the Sphinx, and she's like, "What the fuck are you doing back here?" Like, what?
This is like the fifth time we've had this conversation.
Yeah, that wind guy was real mad.
He was.
So you
not
wait,
happy.
and when one of you walks through, you find that apparently the spell has been deactivated.
All right.
Cool.
Oh, and we brought Meriden with us, right?
Yeah, I forgot about Meriden, but yes, you
Okay.
brought him with you.
I mean, he probably would have been able to get by Obidu. Fine.
Except
As
he's
long-
tied up.
He's all tied up.
Yeah,
in
I
there.
figure Luciorosi's probably dragging him along.
That's fair. We don't have to replay the scene for that one. My mistake. So you are in the lower library. It appears to be empty. You don't see anyone in it. But it was empty the first time you were in it too. It was really just Belgrak and Lavinia, more or less, left in the tower, you now realize, because Meriden and Rimmer came with you.
All right. Well, is our Belgrak or Lavinia around?
You do run into Lavinia when you leave the lower library.
Uh-huh.
And when she sees you, I mean, you would notice from Aurelia, from your perspective, she looks to be, a full decade younger than you last saw her.
Okay.
And she is, she seems genuinely happy to see you. You've returned. This is excellent. Did you get to see Malakar? Did you get a copy of the discoveries?
No. Also, Rimmer is dead, and Meriden tried to betray us.
What, Rimmer? I haven't seen Rimmer. What do you mean he's dead? And Meriden tried to betray you. Did they
Yeah.
enter with you?
Yes.
Her demeanor turns a little more serious at that. You get insight.
Ugh.
Seems like she's telling the truth. Like she's genuinely surprised to hear that they were in there with you.
Well, I can't roll above a
Yes,
fucking
they
10.
They followed, hid themselves.
Well, that is very
Yeah.
much Meriden's way, I suppose. It didn't occur to me he would follow you into a place filled with traps.
Well, you see,
Did you get to see Belakar? Did they make it that far with you? Did they die to the traps?
No. We did see
Well,
Malakar.
Meriden is there, so I forgot again.
He's gagged up though, so we ain't letting him do shit.
We did encounter Malakar, but we do not have the discoveries.
Yeah, Meriden, we think, cursed him.
Did you deliver my letter to him?
Yes,
Is he-
of course.
Is he going to be coming back?
I don't know. I hope so.
He's, well, I'm not sure. Does Sienna have the letter now?
The letter, I took it.
Right. But we did
I mean,
deliver it to
Sienna-
Malakar.
Right. 10 years in the future in a timeline that no longer exists. You delivered it to Malachar. Sienna knew nothing about the letter. I mean, maybe she did because she has a certain degree of prescience. But nobody said like, and make sure you grab that letter and bring it back in time and give it to him later.
Right.
So can presume that probably didn't happen. But it is technically accurate to say you gave the letter to Malachar.
Right. I'm not breaking any of my oaths or vows and telling the truth by saying that we did.
Right. From a certain point of view.
We talk about the letter that she wrote for him.
Yes.
Yeah, I would have it unless that vanished when we went back in
You
time.
would, if you picked it up and kept it, then you'd still
Yeah,
have it.
because I told Nimrod to pick it up and he handed it to me.
Okay.
We did give it to him, but there was some issues with time travel. So it may be that Malachar does not have it because we gave it to him in a future timeline.
Time, I assume that means either you're referring to subjective time or Malachar summoned Sienna to help him with his games.
Yes.
So you gave it to him in a future time, which means he doesn't yet have it.
No.
I suppose he will still get it in that future time. I don't know all that's transpired. I'm glad you survived. Obviously, there were risks involved, and you seem to have passed through them. Are the tests, are the various traps now disabled? Could I go up and talk to him?
They were in the future.
It might be, but would probably be best if you were to do so that we come with you.
Zarius, I don't know that we have the time to offer that.
I would gladly accept your help if you've been inside and know what the challenges will be. I would like to go see Malachar.
As far as time is, I believe we have been given a lot of it back.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that we should delay, especially because we don't. The seer himself said that the void sphere is unstable, and while he's trying to keep it open, telling when it may explode.
He must still teach somebody the ability to manipulate it. So perhaps then someone, that whoever that is going to be, would go to him now.
But we aren't supposed to separate from ourselves, otherwise we may become dissynchronized.
There is a risk of that. If you all separate, it will be very hard for you being unfamiliar with this realm to keep yourself temporally synchronized.
I'd like to point out Lucirosi is very aware of the time because it's something that he's been constantly thinking about and worried about and concerned about and anxious about.
Well, you should know most of the challenges. I wrote them down for you when I was here last time and we talked.
But I don't recall you writing down the challenges for me. Was this also in the future?
Yeah, that was in the future. You were very nice.
Oh, well, I suppose then, well, yeah, that certainly would have been eliminated since you're meeting me now. That timeline presumably is now severed. Could you write them down for me again?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I don't mean to keep you from helping the seer. I know he sent you here with a particularly urgent need. I would appreciate your help in getting to see Malachar again if you could come back when you were done with that. But I agree with Lucirosi. It is for the best that you remain as close together as you can.
So what are you going to do with Meriden?
Well, I do need to know what exactly Meriden did. He's not a prisoner here in any event. We are not a jail.
Oh,
Oh,
he
he's a
tried
member
to
of
kill
the-
Malachar.
He's a member. He tried to murder Malachar.
Yes.
Oh yes. And Rimmer
Why
tried
would?
to steal the discoveries for himself.
Well, that's unsurprising.
Malachar also stated that he believes Meriden is the reason for his current poor health. That Malachar or that Meriden placed a curse on him.
Well, that's certainly something I suppose Meriden could do, but Malachar has been very erratic of late. I am not sure his paranoia is to be heeded.
He indicated no such paranoia.
I
Yes,
doubt
he was of
the
the most
paranoid
sta-
would
he was the most
admit it.
he was of the most stable mind when we saw him.
In fact, it was Meriden that displayed the. He indicated that it was you who led him on his path.
She looks surprised to hear this, and
Yeah,
just
but like,
she's,
but does she really look surprised though?
you can roll it. You can roll insight.
I'll certainly fucking try. See what the fuck?
She seems surprised to you. And
Can't
to
roll
Theol.
above a fucking 10 run tonight.
And she walks up to Meriden and, him still gagged. She stares him in the eyes and says, I wish it were possible for me to take your life for doing this. You have stalked my every step since the moment you came here, and now you've betrayed Malachar and tried to murder him? I don't even know if I have the authority to do this, but I, together with Belgrek, will see you banished from this order. You can leave. You can go wherever you want, but do not return to this tower. And she begins to untie him.
Oh yeah, where is Belgrek? We really like to see him. Boy, he is he around somewhere?
I'm sure he's in his garden, where
Oh,
he can
excellent.
usually be found most days.
Mhm.
I just imagine like there's a hallway and like Belgrek's walking through it, and then it's Aurelia, and they're on opposite sides, and then after a moment of just staring at each other, Aurelia just fucking sprints and then fucking launches the largest kick right into his testicles.
So
Except he's a
I'm
dragonborn,
imagining,
so
I'm imagining
Just
the
a fucking
whole-
full football punt.
full
So
football punt into
Right.
his non-testicled body, and he's fine.
I'm picturing, so I'm imagining Quentin Tarantino that like Kill Bill when the two and when any two like right before they fucking clash, there's that music, right? Like ba ba da ba da bum, and then they fucking just go at it.
Can I ask you to see Meriden to the door? Or I can have Duran come and take him.
You want us to take him with us? I mean, is it a
He'll
long
have
way
to.
down off that bridge that we crossed? He might accidentally fall.
If he were to fall, he would be fine. The magic will eventually return him to the bridge, although it can take some time.
Also, Lavinia, we've found Valkis. He's passed, but we also have his staff, which seems to potentially contain his soul.
She sort of pauses at that. She's really just sort of staring at you. Everybody make me an insight check.
See if
Yeah,
we
roll
all
this
can
one
fail
better.
our insight.
Oh
check.
man.
Hey, there is above fucking
Jeez.
10. Barely, but I did it.
Lou Shirosi and Darius, you can tell that as soon as she begins processing this information, she desperately wants to get the staff now. You can see
I'm sure she does.
she had a genuine affection. Yes, in more ways than one. When she hears this, she wants the staff. Valkus's staff. Can you give me the staff, please? If you could tell me where his body was, I can bring him back. But I will need his soul to be released from the staff. I had feared he had died in there. I had assumed his soul would be lost to the void by now. This is unbelievable that I might be able to bring him back to us. The Order has already lost so much, and he was so talented. What can I offer you for the staff? I already owe you for braving the challenges of the tower, and I know that. And we can discuss what you're owed for that, but please, let's focus on the staff for now.
Zarius, you're the one in possession of the staff.
Desire for the staff.
What's that?
I have no desire for the staff.
I'll take it.
I hand it to Aurelia.
Okay, once you take the soul out, I'll take the staff.
The process of removing the soul may damage the staff, but I think I can do it safely.
Aurelia, we are in the void. If there's any risk to Valkus's soul, it would be cruel to set it out into the void. Surely, Lavinia, you have something. As we are going back to our world, we are going to be beset with other challenges and enemies that we must face. Is there anything that you might provide Aurelia that might be equivalent or in
Can
terms
I
of
get
the
through
power
my
of the
teenager?
staff?
Can you make me 20? Because I'm tired of this age. Been 14 for like a long time.
I could
For like
easily,
1,000 years.
I could easily increase your age.
You said that with such confidence. I'm concerned.
I am only perplexed by the request because it is so easy for me to do. I thought you would have requested something harder, something more valuable than simply moving you through time in the proper way. Please, I understand you have business with the seer. If you wish to complete it, that is fine. If you could just leave me the staff and tell me where Valkus's body is, I can raise him before you come back. It is entirely possible, even likely, that I won't damage the staff. And I will be happy to increase your age to whatever age you wish.
So Valkus's body is contained in a area of intense cold. The cold almost killed us as we came across his body. It's probably what led to his demise. And Lou Shirosi would describe in terms of where like it is in relation to everything else with the hallways and everything.
So I take it the magic that removes your memory is gone.
Yes.
I'm not sure that it entirely matters. I would retain my memory when I went in, so bringing Valkus back would be worth the cost of forgetting how exactly I did it. If you wish, you can come with me now to raise Valkus. I will have to go to Belgrek to get the magic necessary to bring a body back. It's up to you, though.
Aurelia, this is important to you?
I mean, Sounds like she can handle it. So you take Balgrath. If you take Balgrath with you, if he offers you any kind of potion, don't drink and it's poison.
I doubt Balgrek would agree to enter the testing rooms.
The only reason that Lucirosi asks that is because, you know, he's got a one-track mind right now. He wants to beeline it to the seer. But if Aurelia it really wants to take the time to help Lavinia get this so that she can be aged forward, Lucirosi would do it.
So if we split the if I go with Lavinia and they go to the seer, there's a chance we could be out of sync.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it probably wouldn't even take that long. The trials leading up to it are all done. It was before OBD or OBDU, so I mean, it probably wouldn't take all that long. Just a matter of dealing with the cold, which hopefully Lavinia can deal with now that she knows.
Yeah, I guess it'd be okay with assuming that none of the other trials reset.
Well, they didn't the last time.
Which
Well, a couple of
is-
them did. Stupid riddles.
Right. The riddles do reset, as Aurelia discovered.
So Luciorosi's fine with it.
Okay. So you do have to. There are two riddles between you and Valkis's body, but Lavinia knows all the riddles that Malachar knows anyway, so she's able to get you past those pretty handily. Unless you want riddles, I have riddles written
No.
down.
No.
No,
I like riddles.
Okay, we'll give a riddle for Tony then, and for no one else. No one else gets to guess.
Good. I use the bathroom then.
I mean,
Okay,
shoot,
here's
if
one.
Lavinia can age Aurelia up, maybe she can even give her back the Asimar body.
You're not necessarily sure, but okay. So the riddle is: I am bound in the water, but seen in the sky. I arc through the rainbow on the wing of the jay. I burn in the lightning, and in the dragon unleashing it. What am I?
Okay, go ahead and I guess can you post that in the thingy? On the wing of a jay.
I think I know. Maybe.
This is only for Tony.
Oh, I know.
I did this for everybody. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just gonna write it to you, Kurt, and see if I got it.
I'll just say nope.
Oh,
What did you think it was?
I'm not gonna give you a hint.
Obviously, it's not a hint.
Right, but it will, you know, process
rule
of
one thing out.
elimination. I'm not gonna tell you what it's not.
I mean, right now there's no elimination. I've had like 1.5 of these things filled with mead. My processing power is very limited. Would it be a burn in the lightning and in the dragon unleashing it? My first instinct is to say light. I don't know why, but I feel
I
like
know.
that's wrong.
So Mike has figured it out. I could give you a hint, but I can
Oh.
only think of an obvious hint.
I arc through the rainbow on the wing of a J. No, it's the middle ones that are giving me pause. Because then I move to oxygen.
Yep.
Bound in the water.
I don't know that I would say you see oxygen in the sky.
Right.
I mean, maybe if you had the eyes of Minute seeing, you would.
Right.
I mean,
Hey, air
Teal
is
sees
air is an
oxygen in the
element in
sky.
D&D. What is this? There's no elemental plane of oxygen.
Right. Arc. This is the arc through the rainbow. I was like, wait, what? But on the wing of a J, that would make sense. The air.
I mean, if you want, I thought of a non-obvious hint. If you want a hint.
Okay.
Or if you want an obvious hint, I have that one too. But I arc through the rainbow and on the wing of a J, separate those two, even though they seem like they follow from one another.
So you said I arc through the rainbow is separate from on the wing of a J.
Right. They are both independently clues to what the answer is.
Won't be the wing of a J like feathers. but that would.
I'll give you another hint because this one I really think you earned anyway. You're not that far off with light.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Lavinia begins to cast a spell from the scroll. Apparently, this is going to take her like an hour, and she's using the staff.
Do you drag the body back at least? Because that was a really fucking cold area, right? Or is
Right.
that
She would
turned
she
off?
would actually at some point she would have told you to stop, and would have cast. I mean, if somebody wants to volunteer to drag the body back for her, that would probably be ideal. But her plan was to cast protection from elements on herself, so that she could just brave the cold.
If she's able to cast it again, Lucirosa.
She can only cast it on one person at a time because protection from elements just works that way.
Okay.
Concentration.
But is it a concentration?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought like you can upcast it.
Is Zarius with us?
Yeah.
he's not on the
Zarius,
room,
give me like bull's endurance, and then I can have advantage on the con saves.
Bear's endurance. Bull
Yeah.
strength. Yeah, I mean I have that. I could do that.
All right, so with that, because that gives me on the saves as well, right? Not just checks.
Advantage on constitution checks.
Oh, it's a save, right?
Enhance
Yes.
ability. Yeah, enhance ability is only ability checks, not saving throws.
Okay. Well,
But
that's,
it gives you
Protection from
temporary
energy
hit points.
is concentration and it can't be upcast.
Weird.
It really should be a mass protection from energy spell, but maybe it's in the discoveries.
yeah. Hmm. Lucirosi is noble. He'll go with her anyway. Finally.
Well, if you're willing to go in, then she would suggest, not that she's doesn't want to do the work, but because she is a strength of 8, she would suggest she cast protection from energy on you, and then you go in and drag the
Oh
body
yeah,
out.
that makes more sense. All right, so then yeah, Lucirosi would do that.
So yeah, so you can basically go in no problem. The cold doesn't affect you at all. It's still, as the storm picks up, you still lose visibility and you're being buffeted around by the wind, but that's more inconvenient than anything and slows your progress. But you have more than enough time to get in and drag the body out before protection from energy wears off, because that lasts an hour.
Okay.
And then she begins to use the staff to resurrect him.
Lucirosi would recommend let's leave this place because we don't know if Malachar might reset these traps or the spell that erases our memory.
Okay, well, she bows to that greater wisdom.
We all leave and forget what the fuck we've done here.
We'll come back again next week. Same bat time, same bat channel.
This is just the rest of our adventure. Just leveling up in this place.
Suddenly this has
Eventually-
become Memento, D&D Memento.
Right. Eventually, Obi-Wan will kill you all. So after you drag the body out, she casts the spell. And she is able to revive him, and the staff is fine. So she returns that to Aurelia. She hugs Aurelia and says, you should go and see the seer. I'm more than happy to wait for you to return, and then I can increase your age to whatever age you desire.
Okay.
She then goes back to tending to Valkus. The two of them begin to kiss.
Mushy stuff. Let's go away.
Meriden is still there and begins to mutter. He is not happy with seeing this.
Yeah, well,
Duran, the
Lucirosi will
stone
drag
golem-
Meriden out with us.
Duran and Lucirosi begin to drag Meriden out. Are you going to see Balgrek? Mostly
No.
talking to Aurelia.
No, we're coming back. So
Okay, so you leave the keep. Meriden is unceremoniously thrown out the front door by Duran, which causes him to skip off of the rocks in front of the door and into the blackness of the void, where you see he begins to slowly spiraling orbit the bridge that extends outward nearby.
That's awesome.
You do get the impression that eventually he'll come close enough to grab onto the bridge, but it's probably going to take a couple hours. So, and that's where we can end it for tonight.
Nice.
Hopefully by next session, Tony will get that riddle or else consequences. I don't know what consequences.
I said
Oh,
the
he
thing
typed
next
it.
to was
Typed
blue,
it.
right?
Oh, okay. I didn't see.
Yeah.
Yes, it is blue.
Yeah.
The color blue. The dragon one was the one I thought was the too obvious part.
Yeah. No, I was, yeah, I don't know. Like I said,
I mean, that was going to be my obvious clue was going to be what kind of dragon breathes lightning.
Yeah,
oh,
well, that would have
okay.
been, yeah.
Okay.
The hinting that it being close to light was good enough for me.
Yeah.
yeah, it's one of those ones where you have to think about it very literally.
Yeah.
I like those kinds of riddles.
It also
They got
helps.
nothing to
It also
hide.
helps if you associate Jays with blue jays in your mind. That helps.
Well, so I was,
Yeah.
but I wasn't thinking of the color blue.
I think that's what makes this riddle. That's what I imagined was going to make this riddle hard. Is that most riddles are like a specific physical object, and this,
Right.
blue is somewhat conceptual.
Right.
I feel good about that session. I feel like we did a lot of good. Like we resurrected Sienna, we reunited Valkus and Lavinia. It felt good.
Yep.
Threw Marin off a bridge.
Yeah.
Right. Meriden is going to have to find some other woman to perv on now. Aurelia, you're going to be of age soon. It's the best of both worlds for Meriden because he could still think if he was a 14-year-old.
Wow. Leave that one right there.
He could be like, I've known you since you were this tall.
And